Okay.
Are we on? Okay. Well, good evening. Good evening and welcome to the July 29th, 2026 meeting of the PBD Conservation Commission. This meeting is being held remotely in accordance with the following. PBD Conservation Commission hearings will continue to be held remotely in accordance with Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2025. The public may participate in this meeting remotely. Agenda has been posted on the city's website and outside and inside City Hall at least 48 hours prior to the meeting. And PBD Television will do their best to air this meeting live on Channel 9 and stream on their Facebook and YouTube platforms. Tonight with us present for this meeting are, okay, we have Jamie Harrop, Commissioner. Derek McCarthy, alternate. Is Bruce here? Bruce Comack. Leslie Quartermanch. Commissioner. Amanda's not. Mike Vivaldi here? No.
Yes.
Yes, he is. And
Yeah.
Vice Chairman Mike Vivaldi, and myself, Mike Rizzo, Chairman of the Commission. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people, and Lucia Del Negro, who's our conservation agent.
And
Okay.
Author Athos as well. So
Sorry,
right
who?
now we're missing Author Athos. I think you forgot to.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Rizzo,
Arthur.
Harrop, yep, Harrop, Athos, Comack, Quartermanch, and McCarthy. And in the absence of Green and Cassidy, Quartermanch and McCarthy have voting rights. Cassidy may be showing up a little late, so once he enters, it would change the voting rights for McCarthy.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay. Our first item on the agenda this evening is under request for determination of applicability. It is a public hearing on request for determination of applicability submitted by Anis Eldina Harmon, owner and the applicant. The project is the installation of fence along the wetland line. The property is known as 16 Larrabee Terrace, map 35, lot 24 in the city of Peabody. This is the first meeting.
He should be joining as a panelist, and if he can hear me, if he needs me to share the screen, he just needs to let me know.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Right, great. Good evening, everyone. So our project today, it's install a 5-foot tall vinyl picket fence around the backyard, mainly honestly for safety reasons, because we had some bobcats, dogs, all those like stuff come into the backyard. Our fence will be low impact project. No, we're not doing any like heavy machines, no filling or grading. It will be minimal disturbance to the wetland. And I think you have the plans for Lucia, right? I don't know if they can see the
Yep,
plan
I just need a little bit of time
Yep.
to share them. I'm
can-
having some issues. If you can share them, that would be
I can
fabulous.
share it. Yep, that's fine. Give me 1 second. Yeah. Can you see my screen now?
Yes. Yes.
So this is the plan that I made. This is the house. This is the fence where it's gonna go around the property. And this is some pictures of the backyard. As I mentioned, there is no grading, no filling. I'm just doing it with like, not even heavy machine or anything.
Through the chair, is that the fence you'll be using, the vinyl picket fence?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And
Yeah.
will those trees in the second picture have to be removed or
No, nothing need to be removed, nothing need to be graded or filled or anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No,
So there's no change in the grade.
no, no, sir.
Okay. And so you're proposing to put the fence probably as close to 3 feet from the actual BVW, the wetland flags. So
Uh,
that's,
let's see.
yeah,
We can be clear for everyone. Yeah, so from the picture right here, I'm gonna show you guys this picture first, then I will go back to the plan. So on
Okay.
this one, you see where the yellow tape is where the fence gonna be going. This area behind the yellow tape, I can promise you, since we moved here, we never saw any water, anything for a few years. All the waters, all the standing water is right here. I don't know if you can see my cursor or not. Let me make this one
Yep.
bigger. The standing water is right here, which is about 37 feet from the tape. Here is just like the vegetation that they mentioned that can spread over there, but here it's all dry. I have more picture of the area I can show you if you would like to. This is the area right here. So it's all just dry land, and the water it's all behind these trees right here.
How long have you lived on the property?
It's going about almost 3 years.
Two
Going
years.
2
Two.
years, going to 3.
Okay, well, so you've never
November is
seen
2.
the water come up because we're in a drought.
Mm.
yeah, that may be, maybe it appears to be dry, but your plan tells the story. Your plan tells that you're gonna be putting the fence 3 feet from the wetland, from the wetland boundary that's been flagged. Based on those flag numbers, it's saying that you're gonna put the fence at least at one location, probably within 3 feet of one of those wetland flags.
Close to it. In some places, yes. In this wet. So this is where
It's,
this is this area right here. I took a close picture right here, and you
Yeah.
can see it's like the water is behind these trees. That's where the water is standing.
Yeah.
There's
it's still
this picture here. Also, here is how the inside behind the tape looks like.
Okay,
Also, we're planning to use, I already bought this to use this in case while I'm installing the fence. So nothing like no dirt or anything can go toward the wetland. No, I'm not sure if it's necessary or not, but it's up to,
yes, it is. It is necessary.
okay.
There is a correction that needs to be made on the plan because, your delineation of the wetland and the 100-foot buffer, buffer to a BVW is on there. But then you've got a 25-foot buffer zone line that follows the BVW wetland designation line, and that's not a buffer, that's a no disturb zone. We have a 25-foot no disturb zone, there's no 25-foot buffer zone. So it's not labeled correctly, that's a no disturb zone, so you wanna do all this work within the 25-foot no disturb zone. There's a difference.
Okay. I can ask him to change that one.
So that needs to be corrected on the plan. And I think the stone that falls in the confines of the deck is also in the 25-foot no disturb zone. So those are factual points on the plan that stand out to me. So I want the commission to know that whether we want to fence that close to that activity that close to the BVW.
Yeah, so for the stone under the deck, they have like a thing to stop them from moving or anything, like a edger. So just so you know.
Okay, but I don't have any concern or any real problem with the deck. I don't, even though you're coaching a little bit on the no disturb zone, it's just the location of the fence why it's,
Mhm.
why the fence, pushing the fence so close to the BBW, and then all those contours, so I asked the question that, to you, that you're
Mhm.
not gonna change any grades.
No, no, sir, no grade, no filling, we're just going with the fence as is.
Okay, because those contours, the contours, if they're existing, they should be dashed. And those lines are solid, so I just questioned that when I see contours like that, those look like proposed contours. But I'm pretty sure they're the existing ones, they should have been dashed because I can see spot grades. So it.
No, as
So
I
I just
said,
I just want to make it clear, that there's no, with the exception of installing the fence and your deck and the stone area below that, there's no other. You're not bringing in any fill, you're not taking fill that might come out from putting in that stone bed beneath the deck, and that earth needs to be taken off from the site and not spread that around.
yes, sir, everything gonna be taken off properly from the property.
Okay,
I forgot to mention that one.
okay, so I'll open up to any questions from the commission, and if this seems okay with them as far as activity so close to the resource area, and certainly the fence being like basically on top of it. It does serve as a good boundary that once the fence is up, I would hope that no one's gonna put anything beyond that, but still, anything inside that, in your yard is all buffer zone, so it's just gotta be careful what you do out there, because you are very close to the resource area.
I mean, honestly, first when we got the house, we had no idea about the wetland. Thankfully, one of my coworkers, because he came here before and I was talking about the fence, and he said, you can't do it until you take permission. Then I called Lucia, which I appreciate a lot for her help and support. Like, she took me through like the whole process, and she was really helpful to explain to me. So we end up
Yeah.
doing the right thing.
Oh, you did the right thing, and we
Thank
thank
God,
you.
yeah.
Through the chair,
Thank
could
you,
I have,
Lucia. Thank you.
through the chair, Mr. and Mrs. Hammond, are you gonna follow the contour line, so your fence will be sort of undulating?
Whatever the land looks like, that's how we're gonna go with it. We just
Okay.
honestly, like, we don't care how that the fence look, as long as we have a safe environment inside. Because I have pictures here for the bobcat coming inside the land and everything under the deck.
Yeah,
So that's all.
and just one other question, there won't be a gate at the rear of the fence that people can throw grass clippings or anything, right?
No, I don't throw anything. I do just like mulching. I may have a door, honestly. I'm not sure yet at the end because I still have some of the land here. I might have like a small, just like in case I wanna like, there is some stones there in case I wanna move them or something, but that's it.
Okay.
And I'm not willing to throw anything or
Okay.
on the contrary, I've been cleaning what the previous owner left.
No, I think it's a good idea to have an open fence in case you get flooding. So the water will recede.
Yeah, yeah. And that's why we picked the picket fence because we thought it's gonna be more easier.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from any of the commissioners?
The revision, the map revision, would that be something that we should be able to close tonight, but with the condition that he revises the plan prior to the,
Yes, I just, that needs to say
Permit?
no disturb zone, I don't wanna confuse, I don't wanna accept a
No,
plan
it's
that's
fine.
not showing the right delineation of the, do not disturb zone. So,
Yes, sir.
what I'm getting at is, so we're gonna, the disturbance is just installing a fence, it's not grading, It's not cutting trees. It's just installation of a fence, which really shouldn't be harmful to that area. It's only the fence and it's a picket fence. Just the petitioner needs to know though that it's sensitive area. You just can't throw your grass clippings over there, dump things. And
it's city-owned property. The adjacent property
Yeah.
is city-owned.
okay. And importantly is that once the fence, if this is approved, and once the fence is in place, and you did the right thing by coming to the commission, so we thank you for that. If there's anything that needs to be done on your property, you need to come back to us and ask permission to do so. So with that, I'll,
The question is, although it's the adjacent property is it city-owned? The idea that on the fence, would he put, little markers that just explain that no wetlands, no, buff BVW or wetland vegetation, kind of demarcating the wetlands behind the fence?
Is the question for me, sir?
I don't
You
understand your
asking for a
question.
sign, a sign, Mr. Vivaldi?
Yeah, something to, not just for the current owner, but the future owners that the area behind the fence is border, say, wetlands and needs to be maintained.
You could do, well, I'm just interjecting, I'm sorry, but wetland area, sensitive area, no disturb area.
So
What do
just
you-
put up a sign? Is that what you're saying?
What do you think
Well,
it should say?
Well, the no disturb marker wouldn't be effective because it's actually in the middle of the yard. But certainly delineating the BBW, there are plaques we have that say, say resource area. Might not be a bad idea to put a couple of those in.
Two on his property, on the property of Mr. Hammond. Two, and maybe one towards the, close to the boundary with the city property, and one towards the back of the property, something.
Yeah, I would probably say like in maybe, three locations. One would be where the BBW line comes close to the sideline where the city property is. And then one spot that's kind of like in the middle of the yard, but it would be behind your fence, so you wouldn't be seeing it. So, but it would at least be a marker there, and then one up at the easterly most end, up the top, at that corner, maybe a marker there. So you'd have like at least three markers on the property that would identify that that's resource area. And those all would be behind your fence. So you wouldn't be
Yes.
seeing them.
No problem.
Where does he obtain those?
Lucia, do you have wetland markers?
Well, you guys would have to ask for a detail for like what kind of post are we gonna ask? I think if you just put a metal post back there, it's just gonna be hideous in the wetlands and they're easy to get pulled out. Typically you guys ask for either a granite or a concrete marker. I've seen the shorter, normally you guys ask for 6 feet for large projects, 6 foot, 3 feet in, 3 feet above. But I've seen smaller posts that they just stick up a few feet out of the ground. I would say something like that, so it's not so
that'd be
ugly
fine.
in the woods. But there is going to be a financial, burden for the property owner for that. And then, yeah, I do have some medallions that they're kind of ugly though, and they don't weather. So I think we got to come up with some new
I
sort
know
of
they made-
medallions in the future.
Well, I think for something like this, it's a small project. They have those metal posts you just bang in with a like a sledgehammer that you like has the chicken wire on them. I think if we threw a few of those posts out there, just hammer them in and just take those aluminum markers that have this, I think this, we have them at City Hall, and just attach that to a post like that would be fine. For something like this.
Yeah, they'll be I mean, yeah, he can install them. It happens in Salem all the time. They like require these wood stakes, and they're there like a few months and then they're gone. So it's just, if you want something that's actually going to be there for future owners, if he sells the property in 10 years, I doubt those are still going to be there. It would need to either be the concrete or the granite posts, in my opinion. I just feel like the metal posts are just gonna, you guys, I've worked here 20 years with you guys, and I've seen back when we first started, that was the route you guys went, and none of those posts are still in the ground. I can tell you that with almost certainty. The ones that are still in the ground are all the concrete and the granite markers.
Yeah. Well, I think we should add at least 3 markers.
Through the chair, would the homeowner be willing to attach one of those copper, or 3 of those copper markers to the fence on your side of the property to delineate?
I will try not to, but I can also attach them to the trees behind the fence. I have no issue with that. I just don't want to be looking at them like every day, honestly, but I can attach them to the trees around the edge behind the fence.
Through the chair, I would request that that does not happen, because you can damage the trees.
Okay. And same time, like, I don't know how much the granite ones are gonna be or the concrete ones too. We already spend enough on the plan and everything. It's almost 4,000 just to get a permit for this project.
Yeah.
So if there's anything you guys can help us with, I would appreciate it. He wasn't cheap to do the right thing.
Or do you guys have a photo of what it looks like? Because I'm having a hard time picturing what you're referring to as far as the post goes.
Yeah, I don't have one right available to me right now.
Maybe if you can email it to us, Lucia, if you have any examples anywhere.
I don't know. The metal post they're talking about, that would be definitely the cheapest route. I don't even know how much a concrete bound would go for. I'm not really sure. But what they're talking about is probably not that much. I just don't see the need for it. If I just don't, I just don't think it's going to do anything. I think they're going to be gone by the time these folks just moved here. I doubt they invested $4,000 in this. I don't think they're going to be moving anytime soon. But if you guys feel, if you guys feel like the metal and the sign on the metal, otherwise I just, once you start tagging into trees, the tree grows around it. You have to use like galvanized nails. You can't nail it in the whole way. And I very rarely see people do it properly. Even the Boy Scouts don't necessarily know how to nail into trees properly, in my opinion.
Through the chair, I wouldn't want them to go the granite post. I think that's a little excessive in my opinion.
Yeah, I just feel that for this project, it's a relatively small project, but it is very close to the resource area. And I just think there should be a marker there, and I'm okay with putting a steel post One of those,
I am too.
put three of those in, they're probably like $10 a piece, and you're driving them with a sledgehammer. And you put them at at the points, we talked about, even wetland flags. 5A, 7A, and 9A, and put them in and you attach the emblem that Lucia can
Okay.
give you, you can attach it to that. And that's it, they
Okay.
stay permanently. And they're
Okay.
not gonna go away. If they go away, that means you pulled them out. And so
Yes.
then you
You
did
put
something
'em in
wrong. I don't
right.
think you're gonna, and I don't think you would do that. You came here tonight in good faith, and presented
I
your
mean,
project.
as
I
I said,
think it
like
is,
we,
what it does, I think what it provides, it is a reminder. So 5 years from now, you look back there, or your children are bigger now and they're dumping grass, or they're cutting the grass, and they see a sign, you know?
Yeah.
And anybody can pull up any kind of bound or mark if they really want to be deceitful. And I think for this project, I think a metal post with the emblem on it would be sufficient. And it's certainly, if you had some work done in your yard, if somebody comes to do something, they would see it. They could see it.
Yeah.
Excuse me, sorry.
Any questions from the public? Does anyone have any questions we open up to the public?
Yeah.
If anyone's in the public now, please raise your hand to speak for or against this project. I don't see any hands being raised.
Okay. So I'll take a motion from the commission to close the hearing.
I make a motion to close the hearing.
Okay, there a motion to
Second,
uh, motion to issue a negative determination with conditions.
Well, can I do the roll call for the closing of the hearing? It was
sure,
made by
yes.
Quartermunch, seconded by Vivaldi.
Yes.
Roll call, Rizzo,
Yes.
Vivaldi,
yes.
Harrop,
Yes.
Athos,
Yes.
Quartermunch,
Yes.
Comac, excuse me, I skipped you, Bruce. Sorry, Comac
Yeah.
and McCarthy.
Yes.
All right, so the item is closed 7-0. Now you can make that motion for the negative determination.
Okay, can I get a motion for somebody to issue a negative determination with conditions?
Motion to issue negative determination with conditions, please.
Second,
Second. Sorry.
okay. We can name those conditions. I think the conditions are that you have the straw wattles that are gonna go in place during this process. And
what's the first one, sir? Sorry.
those
The second, okay.
straw wattles that you had, those will be
Yep.
put in place. And then I would just like the plan just revised to take that 25-foot buffer zone and call it a 25-foot no disturb zone. NDZ would be appropriate. And just show the markers, at 5A, wetland flag 5A, wetland flag 7A, and wetland flag 9A. And just to be, we understand ourselves there. If you gonna go purchase those posts and get them at Home Depot, maybe just take a picture of them and show them to Lucia, so that so we know what you're putting in place. So you'll see the type of post it is. I think you know the ones I'm talking about, they're probably they're about 4 feet high, maybe as many 5 feet high, and you bang them with a sledgehammer into about
Yeah.
12 inches in the ground, yeah, so. And that'd be fine with me.
Maybe
Okay.
your fence people can put in those poles.
Okay,
All right, so I'm just gonna recap that motion.
So now we just take a roll call on that?
Yep, to recap, that was a negative determination, and I'm assuming it's going to be held until we receive a revised plan that shows the 25 no disturb zone plus the markers at wetland flags 5A, 7A, and 9A. So to be held, the conditions are erosion controls in place before work commences, 3 signs to be installed as discussed, and I will write it better in the condition. That was made by Harrop, seconded by Quartermanch. Roll call: Rizzo,
Yes.
Vivaldi,
Yes.
Harrop,
Yes.
Athos,
Yes.
Comac,
Yes.
Quartermanch,
Yes.
and McCarthy.
Yes.
All right, so that passes 7-0. I have 21 days to get this out, and I will try to get it out as fast as I can.
Okay.
thank you.
I think they disappeared. All righty. Okay, item number 2 on the agenda is also a request for determination of applicability. It's a public hearing on a request for determination of applicability submitted by Stantec Consulting Services, Inc. Michelle Green from Boston Gas. The project is installation of plastic gas main within the roadway of Hoover Terrace to 669 Lowell Street. The property is known as Hoover Terrace, 69 Lowell Street, map 24, lot 24, in the city of Peabody. Is there somebody here for that?
Yep, I am in the process of promoting
I see.
Michelle.
Hey, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Hi, my name is Michelle Green. I am here this evening on behalf of the applicant, Boston Gas Company, and they are proposing a new gas main and a replacement service line to an existing house at 669 Lowell Street. That property is located right at the corner of Hoover Terrace and Lowell Street. And if it's helpful, I can share my screen and just get a figure up so we have that up while I go over the project.
Mhm.
1 second here. Should do it. Let me know if you can see that.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So here is the property, 669 Lowell Street. Here is Hoover Terrace, and here is Lowell Street. Norris Brook runs kind of behind the property, crosses Lowell Street, and then heads over this way towards the east. We have bordering vegetated wetlands around Norris Brook, mapped FEMA flood zone. So BLSF is the blue area. And we also show the different buffer zones and the riverfront area. So green is the 100-foot buffer zone off of BVW and Inland Bank to Norris Brook. Pink is the Peabody's local 100-foot buffer zone to bordering land subject to flooding. And blue is the 200-foot riverfront area to Norris Brook. I'm getting feedback. I don't know if that's on my end or, okay, I think we're good. Okay. So the purpose of the project is to remediate an out of compliance service main. Currently service to this property comes in from an existing gas main on Lowell Street. And it comes north kind of to this corner of the property here. So it's out of compliance having the gas service line go underneath the home. There's an existing gas main on Hoover Avenue up here to the north. So the project proposes to run a new gas main down Hoover Terrace and then tap into that gas main to run a new service line across the lawn and manicured area in front of 669 Lowell Street. So the gas main is located within the 200-foot riverfront area of Norris Brook. And then down at the southern extent, a portion of it's located in the 100-foot buffer zone to BLSF and the 100-foot buffer zone to the bank of Norris Brook. The service is located within the 100-foot buffer to BLSF. and the 200-foot riverfront area. The project has been designed to minimize impacts to the resource areas and buffer zones to the maximum extent practicable. Part of that is locating the gas main within the existing paved roadway of Hoover Terrace. And then the other part of that is locating the service line over the manicured lawn. No trees are proposed for removal as part of the project. The project is outside of the commission's 25-foot no disturb zone. During construction, best management practices will be used to minimize impacts to these adjacent resource areas. And that will include stake straw wattles. And then if there's catch basins here, and there might be on Lowell Street, inlet protection, stake straw wattles around the inlets, and then silt sacks in the catch basins themselves, just to catch any sediment or debris during construction, although it's not anticipated there would be much due to the nature of the project. The new gas main portion of the project is exempt under the Wetlands Protection Act and the regulations at 310 CMR 10.02 2B2I. But we do acknowledge that the Peabody local ordinance does not recognize the WP exemptions. The replacement service line is not exempt under the WPA or the local ordinance. So we would be looking for a negative determination this evening to allow the project to proceed. It's a project to improve safety by remediating this out of compliant service, and it is minimizing impacts to the extent practical, and we'll be using BMPs during construction. And I'll turn it over to any questions from the commission. And I also have Patrick Hutchinson here tonight from Boston Gas Company. So if we have questions for him, he is available as well.
Yeah, I don't have any questions. I'm fine. If anybody from the commission has any questions on it before we open it up to the public.
I just have one. You'll be protecting any catch basins?
Yes, yep. Any catch basins, they'll be protected with silt sacks set into the catch basins. If they're off the roadway, inlet protection, so staked straw wattle will also go around the perimeter of the catch basin as well.
Okay.
I would like to ask, just that, you were quick to, you must, I guess you had a statement prepared, but I don't understand what's this proposal here. Is National Grid is proposing an extension of a gas main, a replacement of a gas main? And it's
Yes.
going through wetland areas, and you're submitting your application, but can you just kind of just give a gist of it a little bit more in layman's terms?
Yeah, exactly. Maybe this will help as well instead of just the resource figure. Let's see. So, probably zoomed in too much. This yellow line on the project plans, if you can see them, this is the existing gas main on Hoover Avenue. The project's proposing a new gas main coming from that Hoover Avenue gas main, so brand new. There's not one currently here, coming down Hoover Terrace. So that'll be a new gas main being installed. From the new gas main, a replacement service line that's shown here in blue is going to come in, and that's going to provide service to 669 Lowell Street, located on the corner of Lowell Street and Hoover Terrace. It's not shown on the plan, but the existing service to 669 Lowell Street comes from this blue existing gas main in Lowell Street. It comes up to the north, and it actually runs underneath the home. So it's out of compliance. So this project, the whole purpose is to replace that out of compliance service. And in order to do that, they have to run a new gas main down Hoover Terrace.
Okay, so if
National Grid is paying for all this?
This is a Boston Gas Company project. Yep.
I'm sorry, Boston Gas. Boston Gas is, it's not a private property owner. It's the company Boston Gas is, the proposal is coming from Boston Gas. Okay.
That is my understanding. I do have Patrick on the line. I don't know if I can give him permission to speak on that. I think Lucia might have to, but he'd be able to provide more details on the funding.
I had a question with regard to I completely understand the new service line you're talking about, but the existing one that's in place, you're gonna take that out of service then, right? And you're gonna disconnect that? Where's that gonna be disconnected? At the building?
Nope, that's
And
gonna
cap-
be connected down at the gas main at Lowell Street.
So you need to do excavation at Lowell Street?
Well, let's see, Lucia, are you able to give Patrick,
Yeah, I'm in.
He's already
Oh,
up.
there he
Here.
is.
Yeah,
Hey,
I just
Patrick,
didn't
do you
want to
wanna
step on
speak to
anybody's
that?
toes. Yeah, sure. So that'll be cut and capped right there in Lowell Street. The drawing does show a pretty accurate representation. I know it says to refer to the service card for a more accurate location. I took a look earlier at the service card, and it is right there. So it'll be like probably a 4x4 excavation to get down to the main there.
So
They'll just use a vac truck. Oh, go ahead.
Is there a service box on the property that you're gonna be terminating at that point, or you have to go out to the main that's in Lowell Street?
Yep, you got to go out to the main to cut and cap at the main.
Oh, okay, your plan doesn't show that.
So
Through the
this-
chair, the old piping underneath the home, will that just remain there or will it be removed?
They can
Yeah,
just
I'm-
cut it,
Yep, I believe that stays in place.
they can cap it, cut it and cap it.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so your limits of work on complete, you didn't show that you were gonna be doing excavation in Lowell Street.
It's not shown on the resource area figure, but this plan was submitted with the application, and the plan does show the proposed work, and it does show that it's being terminated here at Lowell Street.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay,
I just had the figure up because the figure showed the resource areas. We should have added a note on the figure there, but it is shown on the project plans which were submitted.
okay.
So through the chair, that red dotted line, that will all be excavation?
Yeah, that's the new line, that's the new main.
Yeah, so that will be excavated down to the house that is requiring the new fitting.
Yep.
Yes, so that's in the
Okay.
roadway. It's typically approximately a 3-foot wide trench that gets dug to locate that new gas main.
Okay.
Okay. Is that cast iron, the existing gas main that's supplying, supplying that home?
The service, I believe, is cast iron and proposed is plastic for both the gas main and the service.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you for that outline.
Are there any other questions from the commission?
I'm good.
Is there any questions from, open it up to the public? Is there any questions from the public on this matter?
Yes, I see a hand raise. I am going to allow them to unmute. Please say your name and address for the record.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
I just have a couple questions. Where the new
can you
service?
state your name? Can you state your
Oh,
name and address for the
All right,
record?
Eddie Lejeune, 669 Lowell Street.
Okay,
Question to Michelle or whoever can answer this. Where the new service is being located or shown to be located, that is right on top of my water main that is coming into my home. Is there any way that could be moved to a different location so that the water main is not compromised?
Yeah, hey Eddie, can absolutely be moved. Yeah, before they install the service there, they'd go down and just clear that they have no existing utilities there. I'm sure before they get out in the field, they'd run it by the water department and confirm the location of your service. So it would get shifted just to avoid any existing utilities.
they'll dig safe that too.
Yeah, right.
There was somebody out this today from the water department, but they did not mark it. They said they were looking for it. I also spoke with somebody when this was all presented to me, and they had originally proposed it to the right of my home, along that side, not in the front of my house.
Okay, and you're on Hoover Terrace?
I am 669 Lowell Street, which is considered Lowell, but my home faces Hoover Terrace.
I see, I get you.
I could certainly bring that up with engineering. We just received this design as the proposed plan, so I can certainly bring that up.
Okay. And then I just want to also be clear that you guys will be rerunning my gas inside my house to connect back to my furnaces, correct?
I can't speak to that. I'm not sure.
Well, right now you're being, Mr. Lejeune, your house is being supplied from Lowell Street?
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not part of this project unless,
Through the chair, he's actually the man who's speaking. I work with his wife. This is his house that the gas line's coming to. And I also just noticed that DPS is still, we haven't received a memo from DPS. So I think his question was really right on.
okay, okay. So it's your property that's getting this new gas service, right? Is that what you're saying?
It is. It is, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I thought you were the person across the street that was looking to get a new gas line.
No, no. I
Oh,
am the
okay.
owner of 669.
Oh, okay, sorry about that. Yeah, don't worry. They're gonna dig safe that and they'll make sure that it doesn't encroach on any of the utilities. And they'll make all, use proper methods to meet the clearances that need to take place between putting a gas line, in the vicinity of a water line and other utilities, so they'll do all that work.
Okay. One last question
Certainly.
to Stantec, or whoever can answer. Will they take the old meter out and cut that?
Yeah, it's my understanding that'll come out, Eddie.
Only because that is feeding both heating systems in my home. So that once you cut that, that's why I'm asking if you guys are paying to reinstall on the other side of my house.
Yeah,
Inside.
right. I'm not they would install a new meter with the new service. I can't speak to the funding piece.
Because I was originally told that I would not be having to pay for anything, and I just want to make sure that that is the case.
Yeah, I can.
Because I didn't ask
yeah.
I didn't ask for any of this to be moved or
Yeah.
so that shouldn't come to at my cost.
Right, right. Do you have contact at National Grid existing?
I don't remember his name. It may have been Tony Alves,
Okay.
possibly out of Beverly.
Okay.
But I'm not. I think that was his name. I'm not sure. Who came out last October?
Yeah.
When all this started.
Okay. Let me make sure that people reach out to you. This isn't proposed till the fall, so there certainly is time to talk with you and confirm everything.
So that was my next question: is what was the ETA of the disaster that the street is going to become?
Yeah. So last week it sounded like it was coming about October.
Again in October? Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Ed, if it puts your mind to rest a little bit, I had to get gas hooked up to my house when I bought it, and they, the main was on one side of the house and all my utilities was on the other, and they snaked the line to the utilities and put the meter there. So, and it was free. Well, I had to pay for that, but it sounds like you might be free of charge, but just check with your National Grid rep.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm just, like I said, the ETA was more of what the street's going to look like in the end. I know they don't usually do a great job putting things back, so.
No, they don't.
You know, the gas isn't a real big excavation either. It's only about 12 inches wide and about 3 feet deep.
It's
And
actually
it'll
18
sock
inches,
up
18 inches deep and 3 feet wide usually.
something like that, yeah.
Still a mess, but that's fine. I mean,
Yeah,
I just wish there was a committee to oversee proper re-asphalting once these projects are done.
Yeah.
But that's all. Those are my questions for tonight.
yeah.
I appreciate the time.
Let's see, there is a, looking for a detail.
So Lucia
I didn't see-
mentioned that there hasn't
I
been
didn't
any
see a
kind of
trend.
DPS hasn't commented. Are we gonna hold off? Are we gonna issue a decision or issue a decision or what does?
Well, DEP should, DEP, Public Services should, I don't see a trench detail in the submission.
Don't believe one was included.
I didn't see one. So there isn't a trench detail. I mean, it's pretty standard, but if the city has certain requirements on the trench details, that probably should be included with the project. Yeah, I don't see one.
Are you saying that the city does have a requirement for trench details in the roadway?
They're pretty straightforward. I mean, the gas company does this every day, so they know they have all the details. Just wasn't in answering the question to the property owner. I couldn't really speak about what the trench was going to look like, and so I can't answer his question properly. So my guess that we should just ask that as part of this application, that a trench detail be submitted by the gas company and make sure that Public Services gets a look at it. So if there's no other questions, and there's nobody else from the public, then we could make a motion to close this public hearing and make the determination.
Make a motion to
So-
close the public hearing?
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay,
All right, I believe I heard Cordemonch and McCarthy, correct?
Correct.
yes.
All right, so that motion was made to close. Roll call. Rizzo,
Yes,
Vivaldi,
The question that we're gonna close an issue without we're expecting the trench detail, that's pretty insignificant.
no, we're gonna make it a condition.
Okay,
We're closing the meeting, closing the public meeting.
I understand. Yes,
Harrop,
Yes.
Athos,
Yes.
Comac, Comac,
Yes.
Cordemonch,
Yes.
McCarthy.
Yes.
All right, Bruce, I have to mute you. Sorry. All right, so that passes 7-0. It is closed.
Okay, at this time, I'll accept a motion to, I'll look for a motion to approve a negative determination of applicability with conditions. And those conditions could be in accordance with the plan, that a trench detail be submitted, for review by Public Services and to the, included with the application. And all the protections that were mentioned in the from the gas company regarding catch basins and protection of storm runoff, which are all the plans. Anybody with motion to approve that?
So moved.
Motion for negative determination with conditions as stated.
And second?
Second,
Okay,
All right, so that motion was made by Harrop, seconded by Quartermanch, and I'm just gonna reread what I think I heard. It's a negative determination with conditions, and the condition is according to the plan submitted, as well as the BMP letter that was submitted with the application, and a trench detail must be reviewed by Public Services Department before work can start, correct?
yes, and attach it to the project, attach it to the plan, so you have a copy of it too. Commission has a copy.
Well, then
of
that
it.
means, so that's not a condition, then that would be to be held contingent on receiving a trench detail and DPS approving it. Because I have 21 days to issue this, so unless you put it contingent, I don't know how fast DPS is going to be able to review a trench detail. So that's why I was thinking, if we don't want to hold up this very important project, it would be so when the condition would be that it has to get reviewed by DPS, but that's not what are you saying then? Is it being held? I'm confused.
No, I'm not saying they're not gonna do this till October anyways. So we need.
Yeah,
a
but once
detail.
this meeting closes, I have 21 days. Unless you guys make a motion saying contingent on receiving something, and then I don't receive that, I have to issue the permit within 21 days, even if I don't receive that, unless you guys make it contingent and still there's like a gray area. But I feel comfortable with that. I know they're going to get me the work, but I just think that, I mean, so is it a motion to hold contingent, or could you guys start again? Because I really don't understand what you're saying. I tried to repeat it and you said it's not what I said is incorrect.
Have that gas company to submit a detail. And I said they could add it to the drawing or do it a separate plan, then 8.5 by 11, and send it to us. And I wanted Public Services to see the detail. I have no doubt that the detail is going to be fine. I just think it should be made part of the project. I don't want to hold this up. So it's tying our hands. If we can't ask for a detail and have to wait for Public Services to review it, well, that's not my problem. I don't see any reason why Public Service couldn't do this in 30 days. It's a trench detail for a gas line that's used every day.
I know, but maybe I'm making this like more complicated, but I'm confused. So you said accordance with plan and trench detail reviewed by Public Services, and that the BMPs per the letter with the application, protecting catch basins, that all the BMPs should be installed. And then there was a motion on that. So we don't have a trench detail. So how can we say accordance with the plan and trench detail if we don't have it? So that's where the hangup is that I'm having is it contingent on receiving that, and then I release the order of conditions? Or can
All
someone
right,
just send
just-
me a trench detail like right this second? I don't know.
They could
I
get
mean,
you
it
a
doesn't
trench
matter to me.
detail
I
if you
just
want it.
felt,
All right, hold
yeah,
on.
I just felt a way to, I think DPS is
Just-
going to have to look at this anyway. So whether it's 30 days, 60 days, if it takes them 60 days to look at it,
That's-
I'm pretty
that's
sure
fine.
DPS is going to have to sign off on it.
I have no problem with that. They will sign off on it. They're not gonna have a problem with the detail. I just wanted to have it, I just want the detail. So have them just have them send you a detail for the trench and then just send it to DPS. And they'll see it. They'll be fine with it.
Okay, so I'm going to hold the determination until I get the detail, correct?
No. We're just gonna
Well, how-
approve this
if I
right,
s-
we're gonna approve this right now, but they're gonna send you a detail for the trench.
Yes,
And
I
then we're gonna just
understand that.
make sure that you have the copy of it and then what copy gets to the public services.
I think the word that you're referring to when we say according to the trench plan, which we don't have. So maybe we could change it to, instead of according, what other word could it be? Upon receive, no, that's not it either.
No, we just need a trench detail.
I know normally you
really-
guys will make the motion contingent, like you're definitely voting because we already made the motion, like this is not going to be on the next agenda.
All right.
But
so
normally
the
you guys
condition-
tell me to hold the determination until I get the trench plan, because how can I create it if I don't have the trench plan? Because I'm writing the trench detail, but I don't have a trench detail, so there is no trench detail.
Can you do,
So normally
can
you
you do,
guys,
No,
I'm
so the
sorry, can you
condition-
do, based on, receiving the future trench plan?
yeah, I'm just going to do the roll call because I know what you guys want, but this isn't how I'm just really confused with the motion because normally it gets held until I receive paperwork, but I think I understand. So I'm just going to go. Roll call: Rizzo,
Yes.
Vivaldi,
Yes.
Harrop,
Yes.
Athos,
Yes.
Comac,
Yes.
Quartermuch,
Yes.
and McCarthy.
Yes.
All right, that passes 7-0.
Okay.
Thank you. We can get you the trench detail tomorrow. It shouldn't be an issue, so we can get that over pretty quickly.
Okay, next item on the agenda is item number 3. Comes under on notices of intent to continue public hearing on a notice of intent submitted by Robert Marini from Nativ Tech for Lopez Alvarez Perez owner. Proposed project involves landscaping and recreational improvements, retaining wall construction to expand the yard, in-ground pool, install a stormwater water features. The property is known as 90 Winona Street, map 45, lot 26, in the city of Peabody.
I just want to note that I got here at 7:45, Lucia.
Okay, this is a continuance anyways. They want a continuance on number 3.
Motion to continue.
Have a second?
Second.
All right, that motion to continue was made by Harrop, seconded by Quartermuch. Roll call: Rizzo,
Yes.
Vivaldi,
Yes.
Harrop,
Yes.
Athos,
Yes.
Comac,
Yes.
Cassidy,
Yes.
and Quartermuch.
Yes.
All right, and with the arrival of Mr. Cassidy at 7:45 p.m., that means that Mr. McCarthy no longer has voting rights on items that Mr. Cassidy will be voting on, but he can certainly be involved in discussion.
Okay. 5. Okay. You're all set with number 3, number 4? On the agenda is the notice of intent. It's a public hearing. There's a notice of intent submitted by Eagle Brook Engineering and Surveyors LLC. Benjamin Minix for 42 Newbury Street Realty LLC, Peter Alf. And the project is the construction of a multifamily building with commercial space, parking, and other site work. Property is known as 41 Newbury Street, map 78, lot 15, in the city of Peabody.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
This is Ben Minix with Eagle Brook Engineering on behalf of the applicant, 41 Newbury Street Realty. Thank you for having us tonight. If I could please just share my screen. So you should be able to see just the general overlay from Google Maps. The property 41 Newbury Street. Route 1 is right in front of the Spring Hill Suites Marriott Hotel, adjacent to Little Elder Pond and near Sontag Lake. So I'll just do a straight view here so we can see the property from the ground level. So this is the vacant lot in front of the Spring Hill Suites Marriott. There's an existing one-way inlet drive and existing one-way outlet drive, and also access from the rear of the Marriott lot. There's a access easement agreement between the 3 properties using this driveway. So I will show the proposed development in the PDFs here. So we permitted this project and received approval from the ZBA as a friendly 40B. And the approval was received on December 18th, 2023. During that process with the review, we received numerous memo information requests in coordination with the town departments. The Conservation Commission included. There were multiple consultant reviews, for traffic, site design, architecture. So we received all those and got the ZBA approval. So now we're in front of the board to permit this notice of intent, basically under the state regulations, since it was a 40B project. So the proposed building is a 6-story commercial space on the bottom with 5 residential floors above, including a parking lot and a subgrade garage. So if I can go back to, I'll go back to let's see here. So go over the site plan that was submitted. So this is the existing property. I know there's a lot going on in this plan, so please cut me off if you need to see something specifically. So Little Elder Pond is on the right here. Newbury Street is on the bottom of the plan. North is pointing to the left, and the hotel is in the back, the top of the page. So the resource area is the top of bank to Little Elder Pond. The 25-foot no disturb zone is this first green line, approximately intersecting the top of a vegetated bank. There's also stone riprap and a stone block retaining wall here. It's large granite and some rounded blocks too. Then you have a 50-foot buffer zone and a 100-foot buffer zone shown. Any questions so far?
No.
Okay. So next page here on the site plans, we have an erosion control and construction area and entrance site plan. So main entrance for construction would be from Newbury Street, taking a right onto the one-way drive, and then potential access through gravel pads onto the site. There's also potential access off of Newbury Street to an existing paved area where the city's sewer pump station is located. All this access has to be coordinated with Mass DOT for access permit, so that's still pending permitting with Mass DOT. So we're proposing straw wattle along the top of this bank. So it's the top of this, I shouldn't say bank, top of this slope where there's the existing stone retaining wall. There is a existing chain link fence, and we propose a straw wattle along that too temporarily. Under our original submittal, we were hoping to not extend the disturbance past this chain link fence, but under more recent review, installation of the parking garage below would most likely undermine this fence. So we're extending the proposed disturbance slightly past that fence, with the permanent structure being, just behind this fence on the open side. But I'll show that more in detail in a second here. So this is the overhead view of the lot. Again, accesses from Newbury Street into the lot would be a right turn to the above grade parking. And it's a little difficult to see from this view, but you'd be able to drive around the building in a left turn and go underneath the building. There's an overhang here that you can drive under the building and then back out, back to the main drive aisle, and then be able to turn left to get back to Newbury Street northbound. And then access to the below grade parking, you continue in the main drive aisle, turn right around the back here, and then come under to the below grade parking lot. So this is the view as if the top of the building wasn't shown. Again, you would go through this parking lot and drive behind the commercial space on the ground level and come out the top there. Please cut me off if you have any questions about this. This is shown as the below grade structure. Again, you come off Newbury Street onto the main drive aisle, and then you turn down this existing parking area, turn right into the below grade parking lot. So this is a ramp down, coming around the inside parking spaces, and then going back out the way you came, taking a left back towards the main drive aisle. So the limits of the proposed garage, we'll zoom up here a little bit. That dark line is the limits of the garage. The existing chain link fence and wooden guardrail is just outside that chain link fence and wooden guardrail. So permanent structure, we're not proposing beyond that fence, but in all actuality, that fence would be disturbed during excavation for the garage. So originally we proposed to keep that fence, but because of the garage and the limits of this concrete wall for the garage, I don't think it quite makes sense to run a new fence the entire length around the garage because there's not going to be access from the building. I think it makes sense to continue that existing fence to the building from the paved areas on both sides of the development. That way there's still no access around that side towards the pond, how it is in the existing condition.
What's the fence that the chain link fence for? Just for keeping people outside, out of the wetlands?
I believe that's what it's for. It's been there quite a while. Show it here a little bit better. So the fence starts about right here and goes parallel to the top of the slope down to Little Elder Pond. There's a guardrail around this paved area. There's the sewer pump station for the city. This paved area is frequently accessed. I forget which company maintains it for the city, but by the city. And then, so this lot was developed many years ago, and then it was cleared when this other development was going on. And so it's been like this for many years. So one thing we discussed I know I discussed it with Lucia about the 2 dumpster areas that we're proposing. I can get to the right page. So more internal to the lot, we're proposing a dumpster pad A here. And then towards the back is an alternate dumpster pad. You know, that may be overflow. I'm not sure exactly what the access would be to that yet. That's still kind of being determined, but that's where we have a potential dumpster pad. And then Lucia and I had discussed a higher chain link fence there, 10 feet, and then the dumpsters would have to be covered and enclosed at all times. Again, that chain link fence around the back would be remaining. So one addition with the most updated plans you have here is this drainage line that's going around the back of the building. Originally, we were trying to use an existing manhole that was left in place with a stub when the other development was constructed. So that stub will no longer be active. What we're going to do is instead reroute the drainage for the abutters, come through a structure, and then come around the building to the existing outlet at the bottom of that bank. So what's at the bottom of that stone bank is an outlet pipe, and a reinforced concrete pipe that discharges to a small swale. And then there's a small settling area here that, in my opinion, has not shown signs of overflow to the pond. I believe it settles here and infiltrates over time. And this swale is slightly overgrown. So what we're proposing is cleaning up that swale and that small detention area, you know, by hand, just to clean that up and replace any riprap that's needed. But we would have a underground drainage line to the new manhole that intercepts that pipe to continue the drainage for the abutters and this lot to the pond. Mass DOT has a pipe that goes to the pond nearby as well, but we're not tapping into that line. Other utilities currently go through the lot with existing easements. We are proposing to reroute that, and there's been coordination with Public Works and Engineering Department to do so. There's many conditions as part of the ZBA approval to review the construction and monitor the construction for utilities, you know, before, during, and after for all those utilities. So there's still some design considerations to be looked through, particularly the sewer connections and how we're going to connect to this existing pump station. But all that's to be reviewed in the construction and permitting phase with the building department. I think at this point, I'd like to open up for questions.
There's snow removal plan.
No storage. Yeah, that was my question.
Yeah, so snow removal and storage on site is very minimal. The current owner and applicant also owns this building and this lot adjacent. So there's more snow storage available in the back of this lot that the current parking lot, you know, this area that is used by the hotel, all that snow is brought there as well. So that's available. Anything additional would have to be trucked off site.
Do you have an aerial of that?
Trying my best to get it there for you. So this is the lot here, the gravel and sand lot. This is the adjacent building. All this area back here is frequently used as snow storage,
Okay.
with remaining access for the hotel and bypass from the hotel out back here.
Mhm.
Can you show the pond from there, from this vantage point?
Yes. So that chain link fence I was mentioning currently runs along the hotel parking lot and in a straight line to the basically the edge of this sand line here.
I see. So there wouldn't be any snow storage. It's hard to say along that line there.
No, you really couldn't I did the same thing.
It's hard to
You
say.
really couldn't store the snow there because you'd be blocking all the access for the hotel and the development. So there's no there really is no opportunity to even do that. You couldn't block this access because of the sewer pump station, so it would have to be moved in a better place.
Thank you.
Ben, could you elaborate how the, what, if and whether or not the property is within the FEMA flood firm map? Is it, and also, can you elaborate a little bit more about the stormwater aspects of the property and how you may be improving the stormwater for the property?
Sure. So the lot is in Zone X, minimal flood hazard, so it's not under a flood hazard area. There are some areas around Sontag Lake, but there's nothing directly adjacent here for Little Elder Pond, and we're significantly upgrading of Little Elder Pond. And that's with the previous and the most recent FEMA flood map updates. To discuss stormwater, the project is required to meet the Massachusetts Stormwater Control Standards. So our stormwater report details all the calculations and summarizes how we went about doing that. More specifically, we have designed catch basins, water quality units, and an infiltration system at the outside of the parking garage. That's these Caltech systems of different sizes. So those will store and infiltrate the surface runoff from the catch basins. And then any overflow would meet up with the existing drain pathways, which we're just slightly rerouting out to the main discharge point that is existing. So all of that discharge overflow is meeting or reducing the volume and peak rates of flow out to the pond.
And is that, can the stormwater handle a 100-year storm? Is it designed for that, or is it designed for something greater, less, or lesser?
No, so under the under the stormwater standards, it's calculated, designed for the 2, 10, 25, and 100-year events. We have to meet or reduce the volume of flow and peak rate. So we exceed those standards, and all of that's documented in the report. And also that was part of the review with the third-party consultants. So there's a lot of back and forth memos that are on record for that too.
Yep.
I have a question. With regard to the parking inside the building, you have a below ground parking. Any idea what the separation is between estimated high groundwater and the finished floor of the parking garage at the lower level?
Yeah, so we did look at this. Leave it. So the final details for that elevation of the garage are still kind of pending, but it's going to be somewhere between elevation 136 to 139. In our test pits, I just have to refresh my memory. That's test pit 4 and 5 or 6, kind of the lowest ones there. So 4. So floor was at about 136. Estimated seasonal high was at 132.
I'm at 122.
Yeah, 133, 135. So below the bottom of the garage, and that's at the low point of the garage. We may be up a little higher.
Okay.
So that was considered in the design of the low floor of the garage and those infiltration systems, so that the water level in those systems is below the floor and not coming through the walls.
Okay. So the project in general is, we've gotten all approvals from, and you met the requirements, public services questions, Concom had questions, and possible conditions as well as public services, but that was back in 2023.
Correct. The final approval was issued in December 23.
Yeah, so I just want to just touch base on, there were like 10 conditions from the engineering department, and there was 14 conditions, recommended conditions with regard to wastewater. And there was also, I'm bringing this up only because in the conditions, there was a monetary value, monetary dollar amount that you folks were gonna provide the city to meet some of the things that need to be done for this project. So this was going back 3 years, so in the conditions, there's a value of $131,000 that's supposed to be, it's applicable to this project, and I just didn't know whether, how that, these conditions affect 3 years down the road.
Understood. I believe that would have to be worked out with the zoning board, since they issued the permit. As far
Yeah.
as I know, no other steps have been taken. Filing the NOI was the next one.
So I just didn't know, although it's a friendly 40B, and I know these conditions have been provided, they're 3 years now, I just didn't know whether these are still able to stand and not need any revisions of any type.
Yeah, so I was informed, because I asked about this too, what the validity of the permit was and how long that lasted. I was informed that there was an extension for 40Bs, I think after COVID happened. So, as far as I know, it's still applicable as it stands. I don't know the specific timeline. I think it was somewhere between 5 and 7 years, but don't quote me on that.
Okay.
I have a
Okay.
question for Ben. Although this area is basically like a bicycle desert zone because of highways on all around, is there any bicycle storage for the people who live there?
Oh.
Because I don't think you can't really bike anywhere because it's all highways everywhere, right?
Yeah, pretty much. But we are helping with sidewalk access here. So to answer your questions first, the garage is going to have bicycle parking right by the entrance to the garage. And then if I can get to this sheet here, this is the latest draft of our architectural plans we're working on, and it shows the bike parking in the garage, which that's probably the best location just
Yeah.
to prevent theft as well.
It does seem pretty good.
And then there is, with building codes, some of these spaces have to be ready for EV charging, so that is included. And then if I go back to the overhead plan view of the site, part of the review with the engineering department and third-party reviewers was providing ADA access to the existing sidewalks along Newberry Street. So we are providing crosswalks and a new sidewalk along the main drive aisle to access, both sides of this entrance. So ideally, you wouldn't ride on Newberry Street, so I would think you'd use your bike on the sidewalk.
Yep. And do you have a landscape plan?
So we have a landscape plan here. Part of the permitting with DOT, we'd request allowance to plant shrubs in the area owned by the state. Whether that happens or not, I don't know, but we wouldn't not be able to plant any trees along this frontage because of the underground utilities and
Yep.
maintain possible access by DOT, but it's certainly possible we could do some shrubs there. And then we have plantings along the main drive aisle at these landscaped islands. A few trees here, one by the dumpster pad, one in that main island there. And that's the area that we have opportunity to plant.
Are any of the existing trees going to have to be cut down?
So there are 1, 2, 3, 4 trees that'll have to be cut down. Those were planted as part of the development over here, basically just as a buffer to this vacant lot. So that's these 4 here.
Okay.
Has
No.
there been any soil testing on that? I know it's all grass and whatever, but you got a lot of industrial over there. Is there anything? I see like a truck in the Google Maps like parked on that. How's the soil like and all this, that any contamination?
No, so there was a phase 1 environmental report done as part
I
of the
saw that.
ZVA, so there was no contamination from this site was identified. There have been other reports in the past that indicated potential contamination from offsite, and so up gradient. I don't think the source was identified, but as far as contamination on the site and causing contamination offsite from this site, there was no concerns.
And how many parking spaces do you have with the
So
underground?
the underground is, I believe it was 53 underground, 52 underground, 53 above ground.
There are 60 units in the whole building. You only have
Correct.
3
So
parking.
each unit has 2 cars. Yeah. Well, under 2 cars actually.
Yeah, I think it was, yeah.
And what's it? So it's all affordable housing or only 20%?
It's just the affordable housing percent. I think it was
20.
yeah,
So you're looking at, was it 12 units out of the 60?
yeah. I don't have that off the top of my head, but I can get
And
it for
then
you.
how many, I guess, what do the units look like as far as household wise goes? I'm just trying to think of how many occupants will be on there for the amount of space that you have, the amount of people that are going to be living there. And then who has what cars and oil leaks and everything coming from cars on top of the dumpsters and everything else over in that area.
Yeah, I understand, and that's part of the reason we use the hydrodynamic separators that we select, because they're good at removing that sediment. So you have the standard catch basins with outflow hoods, and then the separators, and then you get further removal by the infiltration systems. So we meet the water quality standards for runoff.
Okay.
And we're trying to provide additional fence protection around the dumpsters, so to minimize any attempts to throw anything over the fence, because we all know that happens in some places.
Yeah, I do.
So we certainly don't want to add to that.
Yeah, because I mean, you are essentially, you're asking a lot of a small space, in my opinion, especially for how close you are. And you don't even have enough parking spaces. If you have 2 people per unit with cars, you don't have enough parking as is, and it's just going to be, I think, just overcrowded on top of trying to protect that pond, that whole area. So I think that's just my concern, is I think you're just asking a lot out of that area.
Yep, I understand, and yeah, it was something we went through with the review for the ZBA.
Yeah.
So you've been approved by the ZBA?
That's correct. In 2003, we
Oh, okay, all right.
we received the full
Way back.
approval. Yeah.
Okay. So has anything significantly changed from 2023, you said, to this plan?
The only thing I've changed on this plan was the location of this drain line to the right of the building, and where that garage wall was, just so that we can intercept the existing pipe here rather than 2 feet to the left. And so I just updated the report to reflect the amount of disturbance within the 25-foot no disturb and the 50, which was, within the 25, it's less than 600 square feet. So it's pretty minimal change.
Were the applicants are still the same?
Correct. Nothing else has changed.
You'll be installing lighting fixtures, I assume?
Yes, lighting fixtures. So under I don't have a lighting plan here for you. Trying to get to that for you. Hang on 1 second. There we go. So our original discussions were recessed lighting under this short overhang, basically above the main sidewalk. And then we'll have to have a couple poles in the parking lot.
Yeah, that's what, can the lighting that's on closest to the pond, can they be hooded lights so they're not shining so brightly into the wetlands?
Yeah, they'll have to be dark sky compliant, so we wouldn't want
Okay,
floodlights out into the pond.
all right, great. Should that be noted in a condition? Or is that a regulation?
I mean, I guess that's at your discretion if you want to include it. I don't know if it's
Okay.
part of a standard regulation with the city.
Okay,
Are there charging stations here? I'm trying to look
So
for EV vehicles.
yeah, so these stations here are these parking spaces along the back of the garage wall are proposed to be EV ready.
And how many? All those or?
I don't know the quantity off the top of my head. I don't know if that's changed.
And are they designated for EV only parking? Or is it a first come, first serve, or?
Yeah, parking has not been assigned numbers. So it's going to be first come, first serve. I don't know if they decide to change that. And at this time, we don't have, there's 2 shown here, but I know there's additional number now that you have to provide EV ready. As far as you have to provide potential hookup for EV. So that quantity, I don't know.
I assume the fire department approved this plan?
That's correct. So we did hydrant flow testing out in front of the building. There's ample flow. We're also replacing reinstalling a hydrant that was destroyed in the middle aisle. We're moving that a little bit and replacing that. And then we provided truck turning analysis. I think that's in this set too. And the fire department approved that as well. So we can actually get a fire truck into the site, as well as a school bus. That was something else we considered. If there's kids in the building, how do they access? And we can get a school bus and a fire truck in and out of these exit and drive lanes.
Ben, on the site itself, outside the limits of the proposed parking, that would be the south side of the property where the wetlands is. I didn't see a cross section that says or explains what your slope treatment is at the back corner there, getting down to the resource area. And how are you gonna do that?
So this is all vegetated. None of this we would be disturbing.
Oh, okay.
So I can show you a couple photos from one of the letters here, just to give you an idea
Yeah.
what it looks like. So this is that culvert that would remain. This is the main discharge point from the abutting lots and the proposed development. That's the riprap starting at the swale. And
Okay,
above this
riprap.
pipe is the stone retaining wall. This is the higher end of the swale that we would like to just remove some of this overgrowth and dead organics. And then this is basically how it looks today. I did a recent sidewalk. It's a pretty overgrown area. So to the left here is the top of bank. Farther left is the pond. In the middle it says berm for swale. So that's I'm basically standing on the berm there. To the right is the swale going away from us towards Newberry Street, Route 1. So if I was to turn around, it would look the same, but just more of a cross slope because the swale is not on the other side.
And so no work's needed in that area except maybe some of the trees that have fallen, but you don't
Yeah,
propose
it's
any
not even
changes
real
there.
trees. It's just a little bit of some undergrowth and dead limbs. It's really not that bad. All could be done by hand in here, and then maybe just bring some more riprap or clean up the riprap down there. But I don't believe you'd have to bring any machines or equipment down there to do that.
Okay. Okay.
And you said you're gonna replace the chain link fence that's there currently?
So my idea is since that chain link fence that's there now is going to have to come out due to construction, my idea is to just have the chain link fence run from this existing guardrail straight to the building. And then Same at
Yep.
the other end, because you're gonna have this concrete wall for the garage as a barrier. So in my opinion, the fence really doesn't act as any additional barrier with that concrete wall.
Okay, so how tall is that fence gonna be?
This fence here,
The replacement one, I guess, is how tall would that one be?
well, the current one is 6 feet, so we would
Okay.
replace it with that. You know, there's no fence along this existing guardrail, so access, you know, even if you put one here, you're not really blocking access.
But would somebody have the ability with that concrete from the parking garage? Would somebody have the ability to still access over that fence, dumping trash, et cetera, and so on?
Yeah, so I don't have a detail for you on so when you come up the ramp to the under parking, but not in the garage, you know, the first level parking. I don't have a detail of this fence. So we'd have to look into how to make that block, because I do understand what you're saying, not having people throw anything over into the wetland. So I'd have to work with the architect to figure out how we can do that to meet fire code too. I know it's not the main fire exit point, because you can't jump over that wall to exit, but you know, if we can provide some additional protection, I'm certainly open to that.
Yeah, I mean, not to say that, you know, people always have bad intentions, but at the same time, I mean, we all live in the same society, so
Right.
sometimes we aren't coherent as to the things we do, and I think a 6-foot just see-through chain link doesn't really provide the best protection, especially with what's getting added to this lot. So we'd have to just kind of see, I think, a little more as to what's going to be there to protect the other side of that fence for that pond and everything, you know, leading to it there.
Right.
Yeah, I agree with Brian there too, with that parking lot for the pump station, right? Being right off the highway, that's a prime opportunity for someone just to dump stuff. So even like with that guardrail there, put the fence up there, a high fence.
Yeah, in my observations, there hasn't been a lot of dumping. I don't know if someone's cleaning it actively. I've only noticed a little bit, you know, in this corner. You know, there have been some stones and wood dumped there before. I don't think it's a big ask to extend this fence. This isn't on the applicant's land, but this portion is. And we couldn't enclose it on all sides because the city uses it for access to the pump station. So
Yeah, and the city can handle that side of it, and that's, you know, they'll do what they see fit. It's just where you're adding 60 units, 2 per unit, you know, 120 people plus whatever the family-wise the size of it, you know, you're introducing an atmosphere here when you put this in. So whatever your condition is now isn't going to be what the condition is going to be when those units get installed. So the concern is for future. And again, not to say that people have the worst intentions at the same time. I just think looking ahead to protect that barrier now would be ideal.
right. So certainly a fence here. I think that makes a lot of sense. The fence here, since that would be cut down to here, we would extend that or replace the section that's disturbed in there. And I think I can go through. You can zoom up here. So the extent of the fence removal or disturbance would be about where my pointer is. We would replace that section to the corner of the building. And then with that back garage wall and building wall, you couldn't access it back there through that fence on the other side. So the back of that garage wall would serve as the barrier. So what happens on the other lot, the existing hotel lot, you know, I can't say what would happen there. And then same for the city-owned portion of the pump station. But we have no objections to providing the fence that we can on either side of the development.
Yeah, I mean, it starts somewhere, right? So if this is where, if more protection is needed, then this would be the start of it with this project. And then we kind of go from there. If abutters and neighbors have issues as well, we just have to be addressed in the future. Not obviously from you, but on our side.
Right. And then some of this is still kind of up in the air because we need to work with the utility provider to figure out where this transformer goes. You know, maybe it slides over and we can do a better fence there or something, but yeah, certainly a fence up to where we can makes sense.
And what are we using to, I may have missed it here, but to protect construction overflow and debris and insulation and, you know, where are these vehicles, these excavators and everything going to be placed, and how are we mitigating all of that during the construction?
Good. So we do have an erosion control plan with silt tax for all the catch basins. You know, I've been out there in the rain, so I know, you know, this water flows down the street towards the south into these existing catch basins. So those would have to be maintained. We have straw wattle along the top of the bank and additional straw wattle proposed at the perimeter of the site. So the limits of construction along the top of the slope, and then again along the top of that existing boulder granite retaining wall. So double straw wattle there. And then the limits over here would have to be coordinated with the hotel to, you know, we're going to push these parking spaces back onto the hotel property because right now they're over the line. So that would be the limit of main construction. And then we also have to do temporary construction in the main drive aisle for slight regrading and then the crosswalk and sidewalk improvements. Our temporary construction entrance, we have one in and one out gravel pads, and then any disturbance or concrete washout would have to be done, you know, outside the 100-foot buffer, you know, ideally up towards the front, so it could easily be excavated and removed. Stockpiling materials, you know, we wouldn't want to store it along the top of bank here. We'd want to have it, you know, out on this side, especially since the garage is, you know, mostly concentrated towards the south side of the open space. So that stockpiling would have to occur on the west, north, and east sides of the excavation.
Okay. And then I imagine there'd be for the construction company, it's on-site fueling and on-site maintenance repairs in the event a piece of equipment goes down and all that.
Yeah,
And
so yeah, we're gonna have they would need a temporary construction fence as well for this size project. So
okay. And then where's your construction dumpster going?
Don't have a dedicated location at this time, but yeah, we probably want to put it as close to this construction entrance and exit as possible.
Okay. And then how many dumpsters are you going to
potentially
have?
existing, we haven't got that far.
Okay.
Yeah, at this point, we're still going through the final design plans before we go out to bidding. So I really don't have a good answer for those phases at this time.
Okay.
But Ben, I'm looking at the parking relative to parking under and parking above. And I'm looking how they gonna, has it all been worked out how they're gonna get under the building and then parking down below and then parking above?
Yeah, so
Because
it is a little tricky. Let me see if I can.
I'm trying to, there's no grades to show me. I'm trying to look, how's this gonna happen? How do you get in the building, go down and then come back up?
So I've gone over this in my head many times. How do I clearly show this on these site plans? Because it's not easy. So on this sheet, envision that you're at ground level, current ground level. So you're going to enter the main drive aisle and take a right into the at-grade parking lot, right? So you're facing the commercial spaces here. You take a right into the parking lot. You go around this way. And then at the back of the building, there's a small ramp up into ground level parking that's under the building. So it's under the second floor of the building, but it's still at ground level. So that is a one-way circulation at ground level.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So then when you get to the garage level parking, that's this view here. You're still going to enter the main drive aisle, But instead of going into those entrances into the site, you're going to continue down the main drive aisle, take a right onto the existing driveway that goes around the hotel. And then you're going to hit a ramp down under the building. And then you're going to be about 10 to 12 feet below grade in the below grade parking lot. One way around those parking spaces and then back up the ramp to exit the way you came in.
Okay, so by the time you get, because you got parking at the top of the top of the drawing, you got outside parking there.
So that
There,
is hotel
right?
parking. Yeah, that's hotel
That's
parking. And that's remaining. So that's that is this row here that you can see drawn in dark. That row is
Yeah.
remaining with just minor change to this island. Just bumping that curb over, and those spots are going to stay the same. But this drive aisle is also going to stay here at about the same grade and then exit the parking ramp down into the site,
Okay,
into the basement.
okay. This, is this separators for oil and grease and so forth? Got to, we're in the parking areas
I
Yeah,
was
so
gonna ask
we,
that, Mike.
under the building.
As far as so that's going to be the state plumbing code as far as what's the drainage is in the parking garage.
Yeah,
So that will still have to be worked out with the plumber as far as building review. But outside, we do have standard catch basins with hoods, and then the hydrodynamic separators for oil, grease, and solids removal prior to the infiltration systems. But I imagine, the plumbing code's going to cover whatever's within that garage for oil gas separation.
And then they'll meet at one main drain for the
Sorry?
separation. They're gonna all meet at one, if you have multiple drain points for the oil separators, they're gonna meet at one main manhole.
For all the exterior, that's correct. Yes, that goes to,
So in the event,
that one overflow point here.
yeah, you get an audit, let's say, DEP comes out, does an audit or whatever, they wanna make sure catch basins are still collecting their oil and doing their job, and they have their one central meet point.
Yeah, so it all discharges at that one existing spot. We're going to have a new manhole here, so if you had to sample, you could do it there, or you could do it at this structure here at the top of the slope. So, we've diverted all the other flows. So all the flows from, the hotel lot and the adjacent lot at 47 Newberry, those all go to this structure too. So you could isolate any potential issues.
Is it gonna be able to support another facility being put there with what you're adding?
That's correct,
Or is it-
because, yeah, so we've mitigated all the volumes and rates of runoff with the infiltration systems, and then sized these pipes to make sure it can handle it. And there were no issues with that.
okay. Are there any more questions from the commission? If seeing none, is there anybody from the public who wants to speak on this project?
Yes, there has been a hand up for a while. I wasn't sure if it was someone who wanted to be part of this. I don't know if you had another presenter on the line, but there is a hand that's been up for a while. Benjamin, you don't have someone else who was here with you tonight.
Yeah,
Correct.
the applicant was here as well. I didn't notice the
It just says Galaxy 25 Ultra. So I'm going to go ahead and unmute them. And if it's the applicant, say hello. And if you are someone in the public, please state your name and address for the record and then continue on.
So I believe that's the applicant. He just messaged
Hi,
me.
everyone.
There we go.
This is
This is Peter Alfie. I am the applicant. I just had my hand up because I could have answered a lot of the landscape and construction questions for Ben. As far as the landscape, to know how serious, we take landscape, all you have to do is look at our lot next door at 47 Newberry Street. Whatever we're allowed to landscape, we're gonna make it beautiful. I mean, we're in the design business and build business, and this building is next to us. The entrance that Ben is talking about in the back, the lot from the front to the back, I think is about 7-foot difference, right, Ben?
Correct. Yep.
So the materials that are on there is all sand and crushed 6-inch and 3-inch minus sledge that was on the site when we bought it. I've owned the site for a long time. The person that sold it to me was a friend of mine. So a lot of those materials, we're basically going to start from the back and dig it out. We're going to be filling around the building. Whatever we don't need, we're going to be moving right off site directly. All the materials, a lot of the windows and stuff, we have 15,000 feet of warehouse next door to our business that we'll be storing there. I think this building is going to be built out of light gauge metal, so there's not going to be a lot of lumber, a lot of debris. It's going to be panelized at my friend's place in Rhode Island, and it's going to be pretty much a green building. So it's not a hard site to work. I mean, we're used to working in, Boston and East Boston, Cambridge, Somerville. This is pretty easy for us. We have plenty of room. If you look at the parking area out front, when you're panelizing a building, it goes up fast. As far as the fence in the back, I mean, we could put an 8-foot fence. It's not a big deal with chain link, 8, 10, doesn't matter. Then I believe that the garage on the first floor, the concrete wall is going all the way up, right?
Correct. It's just the difference between the wall and up to the second floor. I just haven't seen that detail, so I don't know if that's concrete with a post above it like you'd have in a typical garage, or if that's wall going all the way up to the second floor.
It could be all the way to the second floor, because if we're driving, it's almost like we have to put the same structural slabs on it. Then it's considering, that back part, we could put a chain link fence or some kind of fence where people can't throw stuff, in case, like, the gentleman said, you never know what people are thinking,
Yeah, especially if you have a gap between that wall and that fence, you create an alleyway, especially if somebody can't see on the other side of that concrete fence.
We can put something decorative, we don't want to just put a chain link fence on that area. We can put something decorative. I think it'll look cool, it's safe for kids. It's just safer all around. On the side where the guardrail, we can put an 8-foot fence. We can only control, the only time I've had to clean debris was when they were doing the sidewalks for the state on Route 1. There was a lot of equipment there, and I thought it was the city, and I'm friends with everybody in the city. I'm like, yeah, they could keep their stuff there. Meanwhile, it was the state, and they were the only ones that ever left debris there that I had to clean up all these years, the lot is empty, so if anybody was going to take advantage of it, maybe, but, we work next door. We work 6 days a week. We're open at 6 in the morning. We close at 5, 6 o'clock. So even excess parking, I always have extra parking. My business doesn't need a lot of parking. We do wholesale retail. We don't have that much of excess, that we need in the back. The back of my parking lot's always empty, basically, other than a few of our trucks. We don't leave personal vehicles there. So we do have plenty of room for logistics for moving around during the construction, and even excess parking for, they're going to be my tenants anyway. So as far as the parking, we're good. As far as the security, we could put a higher fence. Absolutely. That fence is there because of the slope. The pond is way down, and that's a steep slope. And I think it's always been for nobody to drive over it. If you look at it, there's a wood guardrail where the hotel is. So, it's more of a safety concern because of the slope that it is. It's quite steep. Ben, you able to pull that up at all to see how steep that slope is?
I don't know if I have a clear photo ready, but the pond's at elevation 122, top of slopes at, over about 145. So,
Yeah.
you're looking over 20 feet difference.
Yeah, so it's good. I mean, we're gonna make sure that, as far as our property goes, I don't want anybody to climb over it, we don't want anybody to go anywhere near that, so at least an 8-foot fence, I think is viable, very viable. I don't think people throw stuff over 8-foot fences, 6-foot maybe. And if you put a 10-foot fence in, I think it has to be engineered at that point. And I don't know how a chain link fence does, but we can accommodate. That's not a big deal. That's an easy fix. Any questions?
No? Okay. So,
Okay.
So there's no more questions from the board, and anybody else in the public want to speak? What's the wish of the commission? We have, again, his comment, the conditions go back 3 years, so I'm not sure if everybody's had a chance to see what was in the recommended conditions from Horsley Witten as well as the Conservation Commission. I think we pretty much covered them. So for us, there's probably half a dozen important ones. There's probably a total of 8 conditions. So if, as far as the commission goes, do you want to make a motion to close the public hearing?
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
That motion to close was made by Leslie, seconded by, I believe I heard Brian.
Yep, that was me.
All right, great. So I'm going to go ahead and do a roll call. Rizzo,
Yes?
Vivaldi,
Yes.
Harrop,
Yes.
Athos,
Yes.
Comac,
Yes.
Cassidy,
Yes.
and Quartermanch.
Yes.
All right, so that item is closed 7-0. And I do just want to say I did speak with William Pollitt. He said that the memo that you guys have is the final closeout memo. There is no new DPS review. And I also
Okay.
did speak with Kurt Bellavance, and he said this is not going to planning board. The only remaining department after Concom would be ComDev, engineering, water sewing, and the building department, and that a pre-construction meeting will need to be held prior to the building permit being issued.
Okay. All right. Okay, so that's the case, and you made a motion to issue in order of conditions. And before, if I could just say, before you guys answer, so I'm okay with this project, and I'm willing to agree to close the hearing and to issue an order of conditions. I think Lucia explained it, and I did read that from Kurt, but there are conditions through Horsley Witten, through the stormwater and the sanitary section of this project relative to recommended conditions. These are recommended, and some of the conditions had monetary numbers, money. And so I just want to know if we issue an order of conditions for us, it's gonna be based on our conditions and then the memos we have. And I don't know whether those are subject to change if they needed to be. If the dollar amount that was recommended in these conditions isn't enough because it's 3 years later, I don't know how that gets. I don't want to be responsible saying we approved that. Otherwise, I'm good with this project.
Yep, through the chair, I believe that I think it fell under that Leads Act, which gave 2-year extensions to everything. I think that's what it is. and we have to stay in our lane, the 40B stuff. We can add we can add the Horsley Witten memo, and we can
Okay.
add the comprehensive permit to this application, contingent upon, and then it would be up to, however that goes with the 40B folks. We at least have
Yeah.
our memo it attached to this. But before you guys do make the motion, I did give you guys some sample conditions I was hoping you would consider. I do think Leslie did make a comment about dark sky compliance lighting, so that I would definitely
Yes.
suggest putting that as a condition. Another condition that as we were in the meeting, I started jotting down, I think it was Mr. Cassidy that mentioned it, or somebody. Typically in the past, you guys have put no construction vehicles shall be parked overnight within the 25 no disturb zone. And typically you would ask for the vehicles to be parked as far from the wetlands as practicable. So that can change, throughout. You always do that. You give them a little bit of leeway. So as long as they're not in the 25 no disturb zone. So I would suggest those two conditions. And then the other conditions that I mentioned in my notes were adding the DPS closeout memo. Another condition was, and I believe I discussed this with Benjamin, that the O&M plan should be revised to state that weekly trash pickup along the wetland buffer should be done by the management company. Another condition about the no vehicle washing is allowed on site per the O&M plan. The long-term O&M plan would be in perpetuity or until a new NOI is submitted, which would change the stormwater. Another condition, per the long-term operation and maintenance plan, it talks about the snow, and I believe Leslie touched on the snow, and it does say specifically in the long-term operation and maintenance plan that snow is not allowed to be dumped into the resource or abutting buffer zones, and that significant snow storage is not possible on the site, and that it will be trucked off and legally stored. I believe that is all in that, but I would, again, belt and suspenders added as a condition.
Right.
And then I don't know if you guys.
I'm sorry, and not over any drain inlet. That snow would not storm, the snow would not be over any drain inlet. So it wouldn't leach into,
No drain. And then I don't know if the commission wanted signs along the fence saying no dumping, no snow storage, no disturb zone.
Yes, I was
And
gonna
then
say that, Lucia.
so that should probably be on the revised plan. If you guys want to talk about that, you guys could vote on this contingent that plan will come. And then of course you want to add all of the conditions listed in the comprehensive 40B approval, just so we have them all on there.
Right.
And then it's going to be a very long order. And then the last one is, once the stormwater treatment train is live, reports are due annually on October 31st.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, so we closed public hearing. We have the motion to issue an order of conditions.
no one's made that motion yet.
Okay, so we have the conditions. So Lucia's gone
Right.
through the conditions, so we need the motion to issue the order conditions in a second.
Motion to issue the order of conditions as outlined by Lucia.
Okay, and a second.
I'll second it.
Okay, a
Right.
second.
So that motion was made by Harrop, seconded by Quartermunch. And just, I'm going to do the roll call, but then before I do the roll call, could we ask the applicant we did close the public hearing, but would you be willing to add some signs on the fence?
I would be willing to. We only control about 20 feet of the signs. And as far as testing it every October, remember, all the stormwater from the hotel and everywhere else goes into there. So, the testing is a burning on us, to have it every October 31st. I mean, we could do that, but, you know,
That's
if.
standard. I think it even says in the O&M plan that you have to submit it annually. Benjamin, could you please chime in? That's pretty standard annual reports.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, how do we know that the stormwater is being maintained on this property?
Yeah, I think what we could do, like I was explaining earlier, is that we can isolate the treatment train based on where the manholes are, so that if there was anything identified, we could pretty quickly determine if it's from this site or one of the neighboring properties. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and then there was, that was part of the, providing signs for no dumping, snow storage, no dumping in the no disturb zone.
Yeah, that would be no problem, you know, mounting on the fence.
Yeah.
That we
Yeah,
have on both sides.
absolutely. I mean, we can only put it in one place next to that, our entrance to the garages in the back.
Right.
Other than that, it's the hotels, and I may even throw a few signs on theirs anyway. They won't say anything. So, yeah, that's fine. And you know, you're right. You can't cover a stormwater drain. If it freezes, then it just creates ice. It's even bad for us, because if it creates ice and then a melt, we could get enough flooding there to go into the garage. So, we always make sure that our stormwater drains are always clean on all our parking lots anywhere up there.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, great. So I'm going to go ahead and finish that roll call, though. So those conditions were agreed to. Again, that motion was made by Harrop, seconded by Quartermanch. Roll call, Rizzo.
Yes.
Vivaldi.
Just to add the standard conditions too, those are special conditions, correct?
Yep, 1 through 50.
1 through 50, right? And then those are the.
And then add those extra ones.
Yes.
I just wanted to verbalize that. Yes, I vote yes.
Harrop.
Yes.
Athos.
Yes.
Comac.
Yes.
Cassidy.
Yes.
And Quartermanch.
Yes.
All right.
Excuse
So
me, yes.
it is approved.
Right,
All
thank you.
right.
Appreciate
Okay,
your time.
thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Are we the last ones?
No.
Oh, my God.
You wish.
Oh, my God.
You want to stay with us?
I say you can
Oh,
hang
why
out
not?
if you want.
I was a biology major in college.
Bring a sleeping bag.
Oh, my God. Well, good luck to you guys. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a great night.
You too.
Thank you.
Bye-bye now.
Okay, next item on the agenda is item number 5. It's on the notices of intent. And the project is a public hearing on notice of intent submitted by Engineering Alliance, Inc., Rick Salvo, for OJT Realty LLC. The project is the demolition of the existing building and construction of a dentist office, reconstruction of parking areas, landscaping, stormwater, site grading. The property is known as 532 Lowell Street, map 35, lot 28, in the city of Peabody.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is John Kelty. I'm an attorney. I practice law at 40 Lowell Street, Peabody, Massachusetts. This is an application for a notice of intent that was filed by Engineering Alliance, Inc., and the person of Rick Salvo, who is also here this evening. With me, I would have the following comments. The land is owned by OJT Realty LLC, which is Dr. Peter Broza as the manager. He is the owner-operator of Coastal Dental Arts, which is currently a ongoing business located on Roosevelt Ave here in Peabody. The doctor bought this property some months ago, and we are proposing this evening a partial minor demolition to a portion of the property, and then an addition. The property, as you may recall historically was real estate, subsequently was the home of George Bello, who rented out to his accountant. And then most recently, I think you've seen the use by Subway. Currently, it is vacant. My client is worked his way through the Zoning Board of Appeals. We are currently before the Planning Board for site plan review, and we are here before you this evening, having received a review from Horsley Witten. That review was made available to us last Friday, the 24th of July. Rick Salvo has responded to that. I know that is one of the late additions to your package that you've not had the opportunity to review, but has been sent back to Horsley Witten and Will Politz. Will and Horsley Witten in their review itemized some 16 items that they wanted us to look at. Each of the 16 was addressed. None of them jeopardized the drainage. There were some slight tweaks to the drainage, a stormwater management plan and drainage plan. Those tweaks have been made. For instance, some of our drainage pipes were sweeps, and they've been replaced with 45-degree angles. Rick is in a position, I think, this evening to be able to address with more particularity. We would like an order to issue this evening, in as much as that'll allow us to, we believe there will be no change that comes from site plan review or that comes from our responses to Horsley Witten and Will Politz. There'd be no change that would change any impact on the wetlands. We have taken a site that has very limited stormwater management. In fact, I would suggest there is no real design to stormwater management, and we have redesigned it completely so that we now are reducing runoff into the wetland area, which is to the rear of the premises. If you'll note from the site plan, we are paving only to the narrowest portion of a triangular shaped lot. And we're using existing pavement without expansion. And those are all issues that have been addressed in our stormwater management report. And I think the only other thing I'd like to add is that I don't know if in your package, Rick, you have any pictures of the building, but the proposed structure changes from kind of a A-frame-ish looking, yes, we do, to a much more contemporary design, similar in some regards, but it gives it a new, fresh, contemporary look, which you can see before you. With that, I'd ask Rick to add whatever he would like, and we'll
I think Jack froze. Maybe I'll take over from here. That's okay, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
For the record, Rick Salvo with Engineering Alliance. Just to, I think, put a little bit of context to things here. This is the site right here. As Jack mentioned, it was former Subway restaurant is what it was last used for. It's got an existing paved parking lot in the front, a drive aisle that goes down the right side to a rear parking lot that's existing. Here it is in plan view, the front parking area, the drive aisle down the right side to the rear parking lot. We're not changing the footprint at all of the rear parking lot within the 100-foot buffer zone, which is identified by this line right here. If I go to the site layout plan, and zoom in a little bit here just so you can see things. Essentially, the existing building footprint is right in here, and that is staying. The addition is going to be built to the back side of the building and the right side of the building. This drive aisle that went down the right side will be relocated to the left side of the site. This footprint that you see here is the same footprint that you saw in the existing conditions plan. The wetland resource areas, BVW, flagged back in here. Again, here's the limit of the 100-foot buffer zone. The only real new work within the 100-foot buffer zone would be the addition of this little teeny piece of pavement right here, which is currently grass. Everything else is already paved within the buffer zone. We'll be adding landscaping over in this area, a walkway to access to the rear of the building over here. Relative to stormwater management, currently there's 2 existing catch basins on site. There's a catch basin located right here. And there's another catch basin located right here. Those are 12-inch reinforced concrete pipes in very good shape. We opened all these structures. They discharge into this manhole here, and then an existing 18-inch pipe discharges back here to the wetland. Relative to stormwater improvements, we are adding a roof infiltration system to the front. We did soil testing out there a few weeks ago. It's all loamy sand there. Very good material for this type of system. And then we'll also be adding a CDS contact unit to this area back here between the manhole that discharges and the head wall. That CDS unit, according to the calculations provided by CDS, has a TSS removal rate of about 93%. We'll also be replacing this catch basin with a new deep sump hooded catch basin. This catch basin had some debris in it. We really couldn't tell if it was a deep sump. It will be replaced with a deep sump if it's determined not to be a deep sump, even though it's outside of the 100-foot buffer zone. The recent comments from Horsley Witten, which was their response to the original round of comments, the only plan change that it created was they wanted us to put angles in this pipe. We had a 6-inch flexible pipe there that with curves in it. And then beyond that, there was some utility notes that they wanted added relative to the existing water service. The existing water service and the existing sewer service will be retained for this building. We're not proposing any new utilities with the exception of the new stormwater management system. The remainder of their comments were really backup calculations to support the design. The design didn't change. For instance, when we did the drainage calculations, we analyzed the design point, which was the wetlands. They wanted us to do a separate analysis on the amount of flow that comes out of this 18-inch pipe. And because we're infiltrating this roof runoff and taking that out of the equation, similar to the results of the drainage report, which found there was a net decrease in rate and volume of the design point, there's also a net decrease in rate and volume coming out of that 18-inch pipe. So there was they wanted to ensure that there was no increase, and there wasn't. We did walk back here and inspect this. There's no scour back here. There's no evidence of erosion. Actually, all those pipes are sticking out of the head wall. They're accessible. You can see them. For a system that doesn't appear to have been maintained very much. They were actually, all these structures were in pretty good condition with the exception of this structure up at the front. So this is a redevelopment project. We're really trying to work within all the existing paved limits, not adding any pavement. Any of the lighting will be in and around the building. And we did also submit a landscaping plan. We'll be adding native landscaping. There's a buffer in the front that we'll be adding over here with some trees, replanting all this with native materials. This is all pretty heavily wooded back here, so the intent was just to leave it alone and not disturb anything back there. So that's essentially the project. So I think with that, I'd turn it back for questions or comments you might have.
The only thing I would like to add is that immediately adjacent to us between ourselves and the Interstate 95 is going to be the bike path. And we're working with community development and that department and DOT to design kind of the entry, our entrance versus in our sideline in conjunction with the bike path, but that has no impact on the wetland filing.
Well, we did just get this information, this mostly written review and the plan, so it's haven't had a lot of time to look at it. So whether or not we can actually approve this tonight, I'm not sure what the commission feels about that. Looks
There
like
aren't
Good Friday-
really issues raised in our review that changed our plan or we just provided them that additional information, which is also part of our site plan review.
Yeah, this is essentially the same plan that was submitted several weeks ago when we made the filing.
At site plan review.
Okay.
For the chair, could you show that, your parking plan again?
Sure.
So within the buffer zone, how many parking spaces are there? 8, 7?
9. Well, yeah, these two are mainly about, 7 over here and 2 over here.
Okay.
And this is an existing parking lot. So if I go back to the existing conditions plan, this was the old parking configuration. It had it probably had more parking spaces in the buffer zone in this configuration than we have.
Through the chair, has DPS signed off on this?
Not yet.
Not through, they will be signing off through the site plan review before the planning board. And that's what the Horsley Witten review was being done for. And we knew also they would be reviewing stormwater management. So we shared it with you. I believe they'll be meeting August 4th or 6th, whatever. Their date, I believe, is going to be August 6th, planning board.
And this is, oh, excuse me, go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead.
As far as the landscaping that you mentioned, and you said that the building will be the same footprint, are you able to keep the birch tree, the existing birch tree that's there? To the, if you're looking to the, if you're looking at it, yeah, that one there.
Yes, because it's off the paved, it's got to be off the paved surface. Yeah, so we're not, yes,
Okay, can that be marked to not be disturbed?
we sure can.
I mean, if, if it's approved. Thank you. And will there be any rear lighting?
All the lighting is underneath the, here it is here, is underneath the, it's right at the building itself. There's no lighting in the back of that parking lot now, and we're not proposing to put any back there. It'll all be
Okay.
dark sky friendly underneath the building.
Okay, I see that. Okay,
the
thank you.
It's a dentist office, so it's not open late at night, so there's no reason for anyone to be back there in the
Yeah.
late hours.
So we're still waiting for the Horsley Witten review though? Or not?
We have the Horsley Witten review, we've responded to it, and the majority of the comments were just backup calculations to support the design. The design didn't change.
Do you have that? You know, you said you responded to them. You have that in
We
writing?
did, and we copied you
Word of
folks.
mouth?
That was one of the ones you only got today.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
only got the comments Friday, so.
Okay, so I'm looking for them. I'm looking for your response.
It's in the folder dated 7/29/26 submittal documents. I haven't looked at it either. I didn't receive them until 6 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, there's
I mean, I'd be happy to walk through them. They wanted us to model the 18-inch drain pipe to make sure that there was less flow coming out of it in the post-development condition, and you can see there's a drop in all storm events. Next comment was the same thing. They want us to verify the door sill elevation, which we did. This is the comment. This is the only plan change that happened was we had curves. We had that 6-inch flexible ADS pipe curving into the system, and they didn't like the curve, so we put the 45-degree bends with the solid pipe. They wanted a description of how the front parking lot drains, which is outside of the buffer zone. We explained that. We carried a recharge volume of 1,440 size for a recharge volume of 440 gallons. And based on their calculations, we only needed 1,100 gallons. So it was over designed. They wanted a groundwater mounting analysis. We weren't quite 4 feet from the groundwater. We were 3.77 feet. So we did the groundwater mounting analysis. The mound doesn't come anywhere near the system. They wanted a third-party review of the CDS water quality unit. We got that from the manufacturer, sent that in. They wanted to know what the surface treatment is going to be. Let me just show you this. This is all outside of the buffer zone, but just for completeness here. This area of the parking lot is inside the right-of-way, and MassDOT does not want us to continue to use it. So we put a landscape buffer here. This will all get changed when the bike path project goes through here. And that's what we indicated, that MassDOT will determine the final surface treatment in the right-of-way after as part of the bike path project. Talked about a state highway access permit. We talked to the permit engineer today. She said we weren't required to file one. They wanted vehicle turning movements into and out of the parking spaces. We provided them that. I'll show you this on the plan. There's a little piece of pavement this little piece of pavement here that exists. They asked why couldn't we remove it, and the applicant wants to keep it to put a picnic table or something like that back there for his employees. They wanted the O&M plan, or they wanted a gutter plan as part of the building permit, which we will be providing them. And then there's a bunch of water notes that they wanted added. We added these water notes to the plan. Relative to cross connection, backflow preventers, and the condition of the existing water service. So that was really the crux of the comments. Most of them really weren't Concom related, other than filing the backup calculations that supported the design, which again didn't change the drainage design.
Rick, could you go back to that? Could you go back to that one, the comment that Horsley Witten comment and your the Engineering Alliance response regarding the cubic feet?
Yes, this was on the standard 3 calculation for required recharge volume.
The cubic feet, this response here, the number item 3A, I guess.
Yeah, we overstated it. We used a recharge volume of 1,440 cubic feet in our drawdown calculation, and they only believed that the volume needed to be 1,100 cubic feet. We used a bigger volume. It was more conservative.
Just remind me that. So is that the retaining basins like underneath the ground filter?
No, groundwater recharge.
groundwater recharge.
Yes.
Okay,
So, I mean, we probably really didn't need to calculate because it was over calculated, but we did it with the right value.
Excuse me.
I was I reviewed it as best I could today, and, so they didn't, comment, mostly we didn't comment on your pavement structure for the site,
The existing pavement?
your proposed pavement.
No, it did not.
Okay, so I have an issue with that. I think there's, I'm concerned with that because, we have a buffer zone and we have a Caltech system unit, where you're gonna recharge groundwater
Yep.
back to the ground. So you gotta, you need to change your pavement drainage detail. You're calling for, wrap for your subgrade. And you can't use that. And you have to use gravel, clean gravel.
Oh, the reclaimed asphalt, we'll probably, it's all existing pavement. They'll probably reclaim it and keep what's there. This isn't, we're not adding, the only place that we add new pavement is mostly outside of the buffer zone. Let me go back. This is all existing pavement here.
Yeah.
This would probably just be a cold plane and overlay. This is where the new pavement gets added between here and here. And then this is already paved. So that would probably just be a cold plane and overlay as well.
The chair, are you demolishing the existing building? Did I miss that?
No, let me show
Okay.
you. In this crosshatch, that's the existing building. And we're building an addition to the right and to the rear.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so where the Caltech units are going, all you're gonna be doing is excavating and then, you're gonna saw cut the area, is that what you're doing? And you're gonna,
Yeah, because it's already paved. Whoops. Going right here, right in the existing parking lot.
okay, so the material that you're using after you install those, you're gonna use gravel on top of those and not.
Correct. Correct.
Okay. I'm just, because the standard pavement detail up there, I get. It looks like to me, if you were building anything, if you're going full depth anywhere, then you can't use that. You can't use.
Yeah,
that.
full depth in the full depth areas, it would be a new gravel section. It only
So
be
can
a
you-
reclaim. It only that pavement section only applies to where there's existing pavement we're repaving.
So could you change that detail?
I can.
Yeah. So we don't want any wrap anywhere where there's new roadway construction or those Caltech units. We want gravel, and not recycled asphalt pavement. So if you
Yeah.
have to revise that, no, because it doesn't meet the federal standards.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that section was meant for the majority of the pavement where it's already paved, but no
Yeah,
problem.
a lot of times these details get plopped in from project to project, so sometimes they get overlooked. So that's important. So just make note that needs to be revised. Okay. Any other questions from the commission?
Just have
Uh,
that question. If you, I think it's fine to have a picnic table out there. But if you're gonna put a picnic table out there, you have to have a trash barrel. That'll be emptied.
Yeah, not a problem.
Okay. So what's the wish of the commission? Do you feel that mostly Whitman's done a good job? Looks like all the questions are pretty much answered. We had a couple questions that just need to be carried through. Does the commission want to close the public hearing? Oh, do we open up for the public? Does anybody from the public want to speak on this matter?
If you're in the public, please raise your hand now.
I don't know, not a lot of neighbors in this neck of the woods.
Okay, seeing none, then, do we have a motion, does the commission want to make a motion to issue, excuse me, to
Close.
close the public hearing?
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay,
Okay, there was a motion to close made by Quartermash, seconded by Comac. Roll call, Rizzo,
yes,
Vivaldi,
Yes.
Harrop,
Yes.
Athos,
Yes.
Comac,
Yes.
Cassidy,
Yes.
and Quartermarch.
Yes.
All right, so the item is closed 7-0.
okay, so there a motion to issue an order of conditions for this project.
I'll make a motion to issue an order of conditions for the project at the property 532 Lowell Street.
Okay, second,
Second.
With
All right, so there's
conditions?
a motion.
Conditions being that, what?
Well, mine was just, one condition was to mark the birch tree to remain
Yep.
and to have a trash barrel and trash barrel removal for the picnic area, well, the picnic table area.
Anything else, Mike? I forget at the moment.
well, yeah, I just want to make sure, I want the construction standard, sheet revised to remove the designation of using recycled asphalt pavement as, in place of a gravel base course. Any full reconstruction around the Caltech units or anyplace else with this full depth, I want to see 12 inches of gravel and not recycled asphalt pavement.
And then the standard conditions 1 through 50 plus,
Yeah, and then Matt DPS's comments, Wesley Witten report, and subsequent responses to the questions. And I think that covers it.
What are DPS's comments? Because I haven't been able to read anything, and I didn't see a closeout memo, or I didn't see any like conditions from Will yet. I haven't been able to look at any of that paperwork.
Yeah, I tried, I went through Horsley Witten stuff pretty much, but, I do not have DPS's comments.
DPS's comments mirrored the Horsley Witten comments with the exception of a few water utility notes.
It might be an idea that that you would attach the site plan review comments.
Okay. Include site plan review comments.
You mean the stuff that was just sent to me today?
No, actually, maybe when they issued their site plan review. It'll incorporate all our comments that we discussed tonight, and we'll have addressed any conditions from Will. Otherwise, you'll end up with like a memo attached, which is more of a back and forth versus, strict conditions, but that's
Yeah,
just an
normally there's a
idea.
closeout memo from DPS, but it's,
That'll come.
I mean, we're past that at this point, so you guys are just aware that there is no closeout memo from DPS, so I don't know what conditions Will would want on this.
Yeah.
But we don't, I mean, he can put his
Can't
own
we just-
conditions on it under the planning board.
Can't we just condition it that says and per the closeout memo by Will Pollis?
That will be forthcoming.
Yes.
Yes.
That sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Okay, so closeout
Yeah.
memo from DPS to be forthcoming. So basically you guys are gonna agree to all those conditions forthcoming. So whatever that memo says stands,
Yep.
right? All right.
And we agree to that.
All right. Did we want to add the stormwater? Once the stormwater train is live, reports are due annually.
Yes.
Lucia, that's already in the O&M plan too, the October
Yeah,
31st.
we added because as you heard on the last one, the guy didn't even realize that it was in the
Oh.
O&M plan and refused to do it. So that's why we add it so
Okay,
that
yeah, no
people
problem.
will see it. So treatment train condition, and it's October 31st is what DPS and Concom have agreed to. So I think that's it. I'm gonna go ahead and do a roll call. Rizzo,
Yes.
Vivaldi,
Yes.
Harrop,
Yes.
Athos,
Yes.
Comac,
Yes.
Cassidy,
Yes.
and Quartermanch.
Yes.
All right, so that item passes 7-0 with those conditions.
Very good.
Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Thank
Have a
you.
good night, everyone.
Yep. Okay. Our next item on the agenda comes under certificates of compliance. Number 6. Continuing request for full certificate of compliance is made by William Sparagus, Chris Sparagus, and DEP file number 55-934. The project was the construction of a single-family home. The address was formerly known as 0 Pearl Street. It's now known as 18 Pearl Street. It's map 104, lot 85. The Cedar PVD order of conditions was issued on 2/28/24, and the first meeting was back in January of 2025. So the current owner has requested to keep the item on the agenda. They're still trying to work through some issues with the builder. So I guess we just continue this, keep it on the agenda.
Move to continue.
Yes, through the chair, Brian Cassidy does recuse himself, so that means that if Derek is still present, he can vote on this. So I am not going to be calling Brian during the roll call.
Thank you.
I move to continue.
Second.
Second, okay.
All right, are we continuing it to September or to the October or later meeting to give them more time? It seems that they need some time on this.
Maybe
You
December.
want to say October then?
That sounds good to me. Is everyone in
Yeah.
agreement?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
earliest,
Alright.
I agree. Yeah.
Okay,
All right, so that motion was made by Athos, seconded by Harrop. Roll call: Rizzo,
yes.
Vivaldi,
Yes.
Harrop,
Yes.
Athos,
Yes.
Comac,
Yes.
Quartermanch,
Yes.
and McCarthy.
Yes.
Okay, so that passes 7-0 with Mr. Cassidy recusing himself.
All right, next item is under enforcement orders and violations. It's item number 8.
There's actually an amendment request is number 7.
Oh, yes. Wait a minute, what did I do with that?
I believe it's getting continued because I haven't seen anything, but read it and continue it.
Oops, wait a minute, what did I do with it? Oh, here it is. You talking about the 27 Livingston?
0 Hardy.
0 Hardy.
Sorry, wait a minute. Where the heck am I?
Number 7, Mike.
I'm sorry, yeah, number 7. Okay, number 7 is an amendment request. It's a continued public hearing on an amendment request for an existing order of conditions for DEP file number 55-936 submitted by Michael Becker, Atlantic Coast Home. He's the owner and the applicant. The revision to the original approved Concom plan was due to DPS and other department requested comments. The property is known as 0 Hardy Street, map 85, and lot number 1 in the city of Peabody.
I do not believe anyone is here tonight. They thought they had high hopes. They thought they were going to be able to be at our last meeting, and they still do not have plans. So this has to be continued. I don't believe anyone is here.
Okay. So let's continue it. Okay, do a motion to continue item number 7?
Make a
Motion to continue.
The project, the amendment request.
I will then second that motion.
Okay.
All right, that motion to continue was made by Vivaldi, seconded by Harrop. Roll call: Rizzo,
Yes.
Vivaldi,
Yes.
Harrop,
Yes.
Athos,
Yes.
Comac,
Yes.
Cassidy,
Yes.
Quartermunch.
Is it? I wasn't at the meeting.
There was no discussion. It's just getting continued.
But the first meeting was,
Say yes, Leslie.
There was
Pardon
no
me?
discussion at the June meeting. No discussion at all. We haven't seen anything. No one's seen anything. There's never been a discussion yet.
okay, then I'll second it. I mean,
Yes.
I'll say yes, excuse me.
Great.
Okay. All right. Okay, now item number 8 is under enforcement orders and violations. Reason why I jumped over number 7, because I've written continuing number 6, I wrote it in the 7 position, so I went right by it. Item number 8 is a continued enforcement order issued to Daniel Botello and Jocelyn Alves Calves for the following activities: bringing in 9 to 10 dump trucks of fill and placing in the bordering vegetated wetland, estimating 2,000 to 4,000 square feet or so of wetland alteration, grade change significantly, estimated of 2 feet or greater, moving live trees and vegetation. Amount was to be determined without a permit from the commission. The address is known as 26 Trask Road, map 61, lot 13 in the city of Peabody.
Good evening, commission members. Nicole from LEC Environmental on
Good
behalf
evening.
of the homeowners here to give the commission an update. The pavilion structure, I'm actually just going to share my screen, that we discussed at the last hearing. Can everyone see my screen?
Not
Okay.
yet. Oh, yep.
Great. So this canopy structure here that was partially on the neighbor's property has since been removed. Submitted photos to Lucia earlier today. I can pull those up. I don't know if you can see this, but the structure was removed and the footings were left in place. The homeowner is pretty eager to kind of resolve this enforcement matter, and they're going to leave those footings in place, and they're not going to go to the zoning board for approval to put that back in. They're just gonna leave it out. And the only other item that the homeowner wants to kind of add is that fence in the back, which they'll come before the commission with a formal application. But just wanted to check in with the commission to see if there was any other outstanding items for the enforcement matter. Again, the canopy was removed. the fill has been removed and it's stabilized with the wattles, the erosion control blanket, and then it was seeded, and the seeds are popping up now that we're into summer. And then we'll return with a formal application to put in a fence within the buffer zone to kind of barricade off that the wetland and the buffer zone, so there won't be any disturbance to that area. Just wanted to check in with the commission to see if there's any other outstanding items they would like to see.
Okay, so with the canopy gone, so is there any other objects that are left in that area where the canopy used to be that is on someone else's land? Has that been removed?
The footings remain. I am unaware if they are, located in the corners
Well, that's
of
what I-
the
okay, so if those-
canopy.
So why aren't those removed? It's not even on his land.
Okay, yeah, I can confirm if those are present and on the abutter's property to be removed.
And what is, I don't know if I'm overstepping my bounds, but what about, is this other property owner involved in this? And aware of what took place? And are they expecting to get something restored?
I am unaware of any conversations with the neighbor.
Okay. So where do we go from here?
It seems they did what they were supposed to do. Maybe just some confirmation from Lucia.
I would definitely not suggest withdrawing the enforcement yet. I think we still have to wait for the area to grow in. I haven't seen it grow in yet. The last I was out there, it was still, it was stable. I believe there was like erosion matting down and the erosion controls were still in. I have not gotten back out there to check and make sure that all the trees, trunk flare were dug out, but I think they were. Could you confirm that, Nicole, if all the trunk flare, like
Yes,
pretty much
I got.
every tree?
Yeah, I got confirmation that one of the ones that you took a photo of, I think it was on the planned south side of the silt sock, was further dug out. There are some trees kind of in the back area. I think it's this pine right here where my cursor is. And I suggested that the homeowner dig that one out. Haven't gotten confirmation on that one, so can double back on that.
All right, so I think the next step would be, me just meeting Nicole out on the site, or going out to the site on if we want to save the property owner some money, maybe I go out to the site on my own, see if I have any issues, and then try to do it via email, like in pictures. And if Nicole needs to come out to the site, we can always meet her out there. But I would suggest at this point, continuing the item. I don't know, maybe continue it to October, or give it a little bit of time to grow in, and then I can get out there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we
sounds
continue
good.
it. Well, if you make plans to go out there, give me a buzz, and I'll go with you and see it.
Okay. Motion to continue to the October meeting, please.
Okay, motion to
Second.
continue. October.
Oh, do we, yeah, second?
Okay, that motion to continue to the October meeting was made by Mrs. Harrop, seconded by Ms. Quartermont. Roll call. Rizzo,
Yes.
Vivaldi, Vivaldi?
Oh, I think we lost him.
Okay, so 9:59. Okay. Harrop,
Yes.
Athos,
Yes.
Comac,
Yeah, yes.
Cassidy,
Yes.
Quartermunch,
Yes.
and McCarthy in the absence of Vivaldi.
Yes.
All right, so that passes 7-0 with Vivaldi no longer present.
Great. Thank you,
Okay.
commission members. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
You too. Thank you.
Okay, so we will,
Still have a lot.
oh, yeah.
Yikes.
Okay, item number 9 is 133 Forest Street. We don't need to discuss that. That's being continued to September. So item number 10 is under enforcement orders. It's a continued enforcement order issued to Elvira Aparecida Ferreira dos Santos for the following activity: construction of a parking space, fill, concrete wall, tree removal within the riverfront and local buffer to FEMA floodplain. Property address is known as 31 Pierpont Street, Unit 4 in the city of Peabody.
I actually messed that up. You guys actually continued 31 Pierpont to September, and I totally messed it up, and I didn't realize it until I was doing the minutes. So I apologize. So you don't
That's
need to
all
make a
right.
motion. That's already been continued to September.
All right, then let's move on. We'll go jump to item number 10, which is under enforcement orders issued to Pinto Recycle Inc. and Golden Brook Inc.
That's item number
fall-
11.
Number 11, for the following activity: stockpiling in riverfront without proper erosion controls around piles. The appearance of expanding work area with crushed stone and wrap type material, burying a tree trunk, flare under said material, storing equipment beyond the work area and not containing trash appropriately on site. Property is known as 147 Summit Street, Building 3D and parking lot in the city of Peabody.
I've promoted someone, I believe, from Pinto Recycling. I mean, if no one's here, I don't think it's a big deal. They've been doing everything. I've been in pretty close contact with everyone over there, and I was just out to the site recently. I don't
I'm
know.
here.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yep. Oh, so we were in contact recently and cleaned up, I believe, everything you needed us to do, the trees, the slit fences or the fences that went down. I'm not sure what Golden Brook Place. They are in this meeting. I'm just not sure if they're able to communicate. But I'm pretty sure that everything that you needed to get done or wanted us to get done has been completed, if I'm right.
Yep, through the chair. So as far as Pinto, I believe Pinto, when I first went out there, it was confusing because, you know, you guys, I think everyone knows the property behind Capone's. It's confusing because there's a bunch of commercial like condos and units and stuff. So I originally thought it was just Pinto, but Pinto actually, the only thing wetlands related that I saw that was happening was that they did have some equipment that was stored a little past like the berm. There's an existing berm, and I believe that is like limit of work. I've confirmed it's been there a very long time. I'll get to that next. So I think that you guys, as far as Pinto, I believe you could withdraw their enforcement order if you wanted to. Golden Brook, I can talk about that next if you want me to talk about it like right now.
Yeah.
I can go on. So there was 2 separate enforcement orders issues. Golden Brook is the owner of the property, so they're the custodian of the property. They had some stockpiling wrap they were using. It was in Riverfront, and there wasn't a berm. There's a very large berm that runs like the length of the riverfront where Pinto and like Northeast Nursery and like Porta Potty Company and a couple other companies have their work area. So there was some material that, you know, crushed stone wrap type material that they did have a pile right in the riverfront, and there was no barrier. So that was what piqued my attention. That has been since removed. Erosion controls were put down. It has been scarred. Bruce and Amanda have seen pictures of the area, and I gave them marching orders to put a little topsoil down. And then they're going to be planting like a pollinator wildflower mix. So why I know that that berm has been there for a very long time is because when on site, I was out there with a tree expert, and we discussed unburying of the trunk flare on one side of the tree that was buried into the berm. And as they started removing the fill around the tree, exposing the trunk flare, they realized that the roots were actually growing sideways into it. So that was an oops, and we may have caused more damage. Again, I went back out to the site once I heard about that with a tree expert. Our intern just happens to be a tree expert, and he came out and we told Golden Brook what to do, and they are working on it. They're going to restore that berm and, you know, leave the parts of the trees that were exposed, but they're going to get some more soil down. And what I was told was most importantly, water, of course. And Golden Brook did submit a trash plan. That should be up on the OneDrive. So basically, I feel that if the commission felt they wanted to withdraw Pinto's recycling's enforcement order, that would be appropriate. I believe Golden Brook has met everything as far as action items, but we do need at least, I would say, until October for the stuff to the plantings to grow in and to just see how everything goes.
So we don't have like any up-to-date photos, like what it looks like now, huh? There's like a whole ton of photos.
I did receive them, but I think the only people I shared them with was Bruce and Amanda, because it was showing that the wrap was removed and that they scarified the soil, and they were getting ready to put in the seed mix.
Okay. So it's no longer a junkyard.
No, it definitely is the same way it was when you remembered. It's just a little bit cleaner now. And Golden Brook did submit a trash plan. And I mean, you guys that can be reviewed for the next time we meet with them.
Okay.
I don't think Golden Brook should be withdrawn. But again, if you felt that you wanted to withdraw the Pinto enforcement order, I would support that.
Yeah. Because I mean, I'm not familiar with the site as well as you are, and you've actually been out there. When I looking at all the pictures though, and I saw all the deleterious material and car parts and concrete block and the wrap, but then all the equipment, all this dangerous equipment that has chemicals, that has warning signs, and portable toilets and fertilizers and all kinds of stuff right adjacent to the resource area. It's like, what is that? What's happening with that operation?
That is permitted under, I believe, like fire and health department, and so I don't believe we could have. I don't believe that falls under us, unfortunately, because they have been there. I don't know how long they've been there. So I don't know about that. I believe fire and health department do have some, you know, stipulations on that, but
okay. Oh, okay. So whatever the commission wants to do on this, if you want to release Pinto from the enforcement order.
I move to remove the enforcement order for Pinto Recycling.
Second.
Okay, so there's a motion to withdraw the EO for Pinto Recycling, and I believe I heard Arthur, and it was seconded by Bruce, correct?
Yes.
All right, roll call, Rizzo,
Yes.
Harrop,
Yes.
Athos,
Yes.
Comac,
Yes.
Cassidy,
Yes.
Quartermunch,
Yes.
and McCarthy.
Yes.
All right, so the enforcement order to Pinto only has been withdrawn 7-0.
Okay. So as far as Golden Brook, the property owner, we're still in the process of finishing this up.
Yep, we had just gotta wait for them. I believe they were putting down some topsoil and seed mix and fixing the berm around the trees that I mistakenly told them to unbury.
Okay.
So trying to basically save the trees.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I would suggest continuing
Okay.
Golden Brook until I wouldn't know. I don't know if you guys want to wait until October. That would give me that would give them time to get the seed mix down, water it, make sure me get out there, and then hopefully see what it looks like and before October. Hopefully, it's up to you. I'm fine with October or September, whichever one you want.
Okay, so if someone wants to give me a motion to continue the Golden Brook portion of this to September, we said?
October.
October?
I make a motion to continue the Pinto to October. No, I
Second.
mean, the Golden Brook.
Golden Brook, yes.
Golden Brook.
Second.
All right, that motion. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. So Vivaldi's gone. That's right. So Derek, you are in here. All right. So continue the enforcement order for Golden Brook until October. Made by Quartermunch, seconded by McCarthy. Roll call. Rizzo,
Yes.
Harrop,
Yes.
Athos,
Yes.
Comac,
Yes.
Cassidy,
Yeah.
Quartermunch,
Yes.
and McCarthy.
Yes.
All right. So that passes 7-0 as well.
Okay.
Thanks so much.
Next
Have a great
item is.
night.
Thank you. Next item is item 12. It's under violations, a violation order issued to Antonio Silva Souza for the following activity: altering a buffer zone by mowing and tidying up that is not owned by him. This is the second notice sent to the resident that abuts the conservation land. The property address is known as 0 Walcott. I think it's street. That's map 73, lot 93. It says street one way and avenue in other spots in our papers, so I'm not sure what it is. I think it's street. Okay. So I was trying to. I had a heck of a time following Street View and trying to see this site. A 0 Walcott. Somebody here on this matter?
Someone is raising their hand, but I believe that is Amy from Golden Brook, I believe. I'm just gonna unmute her to make sure, and if it is Amy, we just continued her item, but feel free to speak. So hold on a second. I'm just not 100% sure. Amy, you should be able to unmute yourself. I'm not sure. I think the person before said from Pinto said that she might have been having technical difficulties. I believe that is the woman I've been working with on 147A. I do not believe the owner for he lives at Arnold Road, who has been altering property at 0 Walcott. He doesn't own it. I do not believe he's here. If he is, if he could raise his hand, please.
When you go to Street View, and I'm trying to find 0 Walcott, there's no, they're completely developed homes with lawns and everything else.
There's just, no, across the street. It's across the street. I've been looking at it too.
No, you have to go all the way down, you have to go look all the way down that where it says it's now 15 or 14 Walcott Street, not 0.
Well,
It's past Arnold Ave, right?
I think the guy lives on the
It's
corner of
15.
Walcott
What
and Farnham.
if you go to, it's really weird. I was getting like, where the heck am I? So when you go down Walcott until you hit Arnold, and then that White House in the corner, which I think the one you're talking
I
about.
think you go the other way. I think it's actually, I think that where the wetland is, if I'm
That's
right,
15.
I believe I think it's Farnham. At the corner,
Well, yeah, it's right. It's at the corner. It's between
corner
Farnham
of Farnham and Walcott, I believe.
Yeah,
I
but
don't know.
but the Street View says you're at 15. 0 is way up the other end.
Says he lives at 22
Go by
Arnold
Google,
Street.
if you Google Maps are always wrong. They're wrong a
Oh,
lot.
And I was like trying to,
Says he
There's
lives.
an empty lot on the corner of, Farnham and Walcott, and I believe that's where it is.
and so where is the activity or the
Probably
cleaning or
across
the
from,
raking?
probably
'Cause there's
across
no
from number,
wetlands.
does he live at number 26?
22.
Walcott, Lucia?
22.
22.
Where's the wetland? I don't see a wetland either.
It's on the other side of the street then. 22 is on the even side. So there's a white house with a white fence in the backyard and a little grass area. Then there's wetland all the way down to, what street is that? All the way down to,
I don't think there is a 22 Walcott based on this.
Farnham.
Oh, it's Arnold, 22 Arnold Street.
Oh,
So between Arnold and between Arnold and
22 Arnold?
Farnham, on the right-hand side, if you're heading from Farnham up to,
Oh, it's behind his house is where he's screwing around.
but it looks like nothing's been done there. It looks like it's a mess. I mean, it doesn't look like,
No, if you look at, do the overhead, if he lives at 22 Arnold, behind his house is where the wetlands is.
Bruce is correct. Yes, a neighbor keeps calling on him. This is my second time. So basically, he doesn't own the land. The city doesn't own the land. The city owns another piece. That this sliver that he keeps altering is not his. It's owned by another resident. It might be in probate or estate or something like that. And he keeps trying to buy it from the city. And I've been in contact with the treasurer, and I said, we don't want him to buy it because if he buys it, he thinks he's going to be able to fill it in and use it as his yard. It is wetlands. So he keeps tidying it up. There's really nothing more to do. I wanted to, I thought I requested him to come to this meeting, but maybe I didn't. So I don't know. I'd have to look at the violation order that I wrote.
It looks like
is it a brown
it looks
house?
like his house. It looks like the property is actually wetland. It doesn't even look like it's a buffer.
I'm not, 22 Arnold,
Yeah, I can't, for some reason, I can't share my screen. It will not allow me.
right,
I
just-
have it pulled up and I can't share it.
Is it Arnold Road or Arnold Street?
Arnold Ave.
Arnold Ave, all right, try again, there we go, White House.
No, it's Arnold. Yeah, it's Arnold Avenue, 22 Arnold Ave. And then right behind him is a very slim, thin sliver that is 0 Walcott Ave. And it is owned by Ellen King.
Yeah, that's the White House,
And
that
then-
that's the one, that's the White House I was looking at. Oh, it's Arnold then. Yeah, that's the house I was looking at, so the backyard, it looks like there's a patio and something, then there's just
Behind that,
woods.
that lot behind it.
Yeah, yeah, it's just green, it's a green lot. So he thinks there's something going on inside there?
Yeah, but if you look at, if you go down Street View, you can see that it drops off. It's all bamboo. It's all knotweed, Japanese knotweed.
So should we continue this?
He's gonna keep on doing it.
Yeah, I just looked and I actually did not tell him to come to this hearing. I'm double checking. I wrote, he still has, it just says, so it says cease and desist all work on 0 Walcott Street, CGIS enclosed with a teal border around the lot. The wetlands do not need to be cleaned or up or mowed. This is considered alteration and is illegal without a wetlands permit from the state and city. Call or email the conservation agent if you have any questions regarding this letter. Failure to comply with the conditions set forth in this order will be subject to the issuance of an enforcement order and fines. Please understand if there is a third violation, you will be fined $300. So I just put this on here so you guys know what's going on. It doesn't need to, I don't think you even need to motion anything. You don't have, we can just move on to the next item. I'm not going to put it on the next agenda. I am confident that if he does any further alteration, the neighbor will certainly call me.
All right. So, on this, are we just gonna continue this or not? Remove it from the agenda? What are we doing?
Yeah, I don't think you need to do anything with it because I really didn't give him anything to do. I didn't give him any action items. It just said, stop doing it. You're going to get, it was just like, kind of like just a notice, him being put on notice that if he does it one more time, he's getting fined.
Okay,
And I didn't even tell him to call. He didn't come here. I know he spoke to his attorney. And I think he's gone through a couple of attorneys. I did speak with one of his attorneys and they said they tried to explain it to him. And I would just say, let's wait and see if the neighbor calls me and then I'll just issue an enforcement order and then we'll go from there.
okay. All right, the next item. Item number 13 is a violation order to be issued to Michael and Wendy Alaska and Marilyn Mooney for the following activities: installation of perimeter fence, front stairs, rebuild, above ground pool, propane tanks, and deck without a wetland permit. Property owner was also stockpiling debris and boat storage on Paper Street in the buffer zone. The address is known as 24 Rockway, map 120, lot 40 in Peabody. Rockway goes way back. Okay. So that's another one that was having trouble. Confused about where the heck 24 was, which house it was. There's 24 Rockway
Yep,
Road.
through the chair, the property owner is on. He is a panelist, so if you have any questions for him, he is on. I did give you guys some notes of the work, the cleanup he's already done, and what's going on, how he's trying to bring his property into compliance with the building department.
So,
Is he out there?
Yes, I am, sir. Michael Falaska, 24 Rockaway Road, Peabody, Mass.
Okay. So I was having trouble, trying to find your house on Street View at 22. I see, because there's questions about a pool. So there's a greenhouse that has a set of stairs and a white fence on the left side with an above ground pool. And then Street View like disappears. So is that your house or you're the house next to it?
The house next to it. It's got a brick face, it's got brick fascia, vinyl siding, brown.
Okay. Yeah, I saw that on another view. Okay. So the pool that I'm looking at isn't yours? Is that correct?
Probably not. Probably not. There's several pools. There's a pool right next door to me.
Yeah. Okay. Do you have a pool?
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay.
24 Rockway is at the end of the road.
Correct.
Right.
Okay, because I can't pull up, I can pull up a map, but I can't pull up any pictures of the home. They're blurred.
Right, exactly. But I found it. I did find a photo of a brown house with brick and a set of stairs that looks like it was under construction.
That may have been when they were replacing the footage underneath the front stairs to fix them. That may have been the last time they fixed them.
Now, have you removed the propane tanks?
I don't have propane tanks. I have one propane tank that fuels a gas system that's in my house. That propane tank has been in my yard since 2009 when I bought my house. And I've actually had to move it once per order of the fire department coming to my residence and having it relocated.
Excuse me.
So you have an above ground pool that you put in?
I put in the pool in 2009 when we moved in the residence. Also with replacing a fence that needed to be replaced again. I don't know if they mentioned that, but we had to replace a fence that had some weathering due to the harsh storms that we've had. So we replaced the fence, and that's when this all started.
Okay.
So what else is there left to be done with the issues that were brought up to you? That you were not allowed to do this within the wetlands?
Well, when they first explained the wetlands to me, I had no idea. I just acquired this house from my mother-in-law that just passed away about a year and a half ago. Most of the work was done prior to me becoming the owner and then becoming aware that things couldn't be done the way that they could.
Right. So I'm looking at the list of things and really did you install the perimeter fence or was that there when you took over the house?
When we took over the house, there was an old broken down fence that was nothing but a danger. So we took that fence down, put another wooden fence up. And over the years that we've been in the house since then, the weather has taken that one and we just replaced that one with a vinyl plastic fence.
And there was a front stair rebuild that was within the wetlands?
It's the front stairs. My entire house is within the wetlands.
Okay.
In the buffer zone.
Yeah. So
As far as the front of the house, if I'm looking at this correctly, I wouldn't have much concern on anything that's going on in the front of the house. Because you got the house in the backyard, so the front wouldn't really impair anything if you were fixing your stairs. I'm not saying you don't need to tell us, but that wasn't. So, and then the pool is on the right side of your house, right?
Yeah, through the chair, I don't believe the pool is meeting zoning and building. Mr.
Well,
Falaska, have you spoken
it's
to
about-
building about that?
Yes, it's about 3 feet in the wrong place.
Okay, it's on the property line. You can't have it on the property line. Is that right?
There wasn't the property line. There had to be so many distance between the house and the pool and the walling of the house. So
I see.
It's a 12-inch round pool in about a 16-foot space.
Okay.
Yeah, I also believe I don't think it can stay where it is. Again, I'm not a zoning expert, but I think it's considered front yard, and I don't think you can have a pool in a front yard. So that would mean if the pool, I don't know if there's anywhere for the pool to move, if he could get a variance from it, but if the pool is going to stay, I'm not sure how you guys want to go about that, because we do have a pool condition that, other people in the neighborhood were required to file notices of intent for their pools and determinations. So if the pool's to stay or if it's going to move, we're going to have to get that pool condition on it that we don't want chemicals in it for 7 days before, there's any dewatering or removal of any of the water in the pool.
Yeah, well, there's really no place, there's not really any place to put it except on the side of the house.
Well, I think the issue is that the pool was too close to the house.
Yeah, so there's no, if it's gotta be moved from where it is now,
It,
um,
it was there when he acquired the land.
yeah,
He
you
didn't
can't
put-
move. He couldn't, there's no better place for it, because the only place you can move it is someplace closer to the house.
Through the chair, according to Near Map, it showed the pool being removed and being replaced over the years. It's not the same pool that's been there for like 20 years or 18 years. Near Map shows, a timeline of what's going on. So I was able to see what has happened over the course of the years. And I don't believe, from what I saw, it looked like that pool's been removed a few times and replaced there. But the building department told me they never received, there's no record of any pool ever getting a permit for this house. And I don't have any records of any approval of pools for this house as well.
Lucia, excuse me, can you share your Near Map? Because I can't get into that.
Yeah, I'm having issues tonight. I think it's because I can't share my screen basically with you guys. I don't know. It's because I use the browser instead of the app, and it will not allow me I could, but I might end up disappearing, and I just didn't want to risk trying to share and disappear.
Okay.
So not tonight.
Oh, okay. Mhm.
I mean, regardless of that, I just don't like when people don't, tell me the full story. So if the pool was removed and replaced and removed and replaced, that's one thing, but it definitely hasn't been there since 2009. It's not the same pool, but there is a little bit of truth to that. There was a pool there over the years, but it's been replaced.
It's definitely not the same pool. Yeah, it's been replaced because pools give way about every 5 years.
I know, but
But
you
it's
you
in
would
the
need
same
a
position.
permit.
And again, I explained to you the same thing. I didn't know about needing a permit to put a pool in my backyard.
So can he go to City Hall and get a permit now? He can,
Not in
right?
his backyard.
Well, that's what
not
I've been
in his-
asked. I asked him if what's going on with the building. That's what I sort of started with, is where are you with the building permit?
They said
Because
that they were going
regardless, you guys, aren't you going to require a permit for that pool?
Yeah.
I mean, you made everyone else in the neighborhood do it. So why does he get a pass because he put it in without a building permit?
Right.
No, Well, it's just one thing, it's one thing clear, he can't put it in his backyard. There's no place for a pool in the backyard
No,
that I can see from these.
there's absolutely no place for a pool in the backyard. We don't have a backyard. It's wetlands.
I'm saying, there's no place, there's no backyard, so the only place you can put your pool is on the side of your house. Correct?
Correct.
Yeah, and if that's not allowed, you know, if
And if
that's
they're
not
telling
allowed
you-
under
and it-
zoning, then they're gonna make him remove it, or he's gonna have to go to
Yeah.
ZBA and get a variance.
Well, I think it's existed for 20 years. It's the same footprint. It's like a house. It burns down, you build another house on top of it. That means, you know, you have some longevity there. And then to turn around and say, well, you got to go get a permit now, which can't be improved because it's impossible. It means you got to tear down the swimming pool. I just think it's existing for
did-
so long.
But
he
Arthur,
tears down
he
it
never
every
got a
5
permit.
years.
It's
Huh?
never been permitted. Like, it's not
Oh,
like it was
exactly.
permitted 20 years ago.
So he
Like, he
tries-
never.
You should try to
Well,
go
if he
get
is-
a permit.
I'm looking, the plan I'm looking at, the aerial Google, that shows a pool in the front part of the house on the right-hand side, tucked in between two fences. That, to me, is where the pool should be. If he was to have a pool, that would be where it should be. Because it's the furthest from the house. Granted, it's on the front of the house, but there's a fence around there. So to move that pool someplace else, I think only makes his problem being, putting the pool closer to the house. That's the spot. His lot is not very big, and so if you're gonna put a pool, that's right where you have to have it.
How big is this pool?
It looks like it's
12
about,
feet round.
it looks
Say-
like it's about maybe 18-foot diameter or something like that, if I had to take a guess, or
I believe he said
maybe
12 feet.
well, you said 12-foot diameter, maybe it's 12-foot diameter.
More than 10 feet.
Yeah.
I don't know.
All right.
It's
And
getting
and his next door neighbor is a huge pool that
Yeah.
doesn't show in Google Maps.
Through the
but there's
chair,
a-
they did have to file and they were forced to file a notice of intent. And they had to get a DEP file in an order of condition. So if you guys are fine with him not getting a building permit and not coming to the commission for approval of the swimming pool, that's fine. If you guys want to withdraw, it's just getting late. So
Yeah.
either he has to file a notice of intent or an RDA for an after the fact filing to keep the pool there, or you guys withdraw and say, it doesn't matter, we don't care. And then,
No,
I mean,
no.
that just sets precedent for other people.
Right.
Who,
Well, I think
you know,
Lucia, for the most part, I think for conservation purposes, all he needs to follow the guidelines for having a pool. So there is no paperwork that shows that he's put a pool in and he's gonna abide by the requirements. He doesn't even have the requirements in front of him. So it could be maybe a simple thing was just have him fill out the form for a pool. And then he's gonna follow the criteria for at the end of the season, when you wanna lower the water below the skimmer, you gotta wait 7 days before you can drain it, cause you can't put chlorine on the ground. It's gotta dissipate inside the pool. So if we could do that, we could just do a permit for a pool. The criteria associated with a permit for a pool, cause otherwise I don't think there's any violation here regarding
okay, so
wetlands.
the marching orders are to go to the building department and get an after the fact building permit. And then I will, once they go to approve it, I will just put in my comments on the portal, correct?
Yeah, that'd be good.
All right, so no after the fact filing with this board is required, only with the building department. And are we gonna, I mean, I don't think the building department is really gonna go after this. So if you guys are,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm fine with you guys withdrawing this. But I just don't think it sets, I think it sets an unfair precedent for other people who have in the
That's-
past had to file after the fact filings for things and had to put granite
Well, that's
posts
why I
in
said
and had to
just-
do all
just-
sorts of things.
I just
think
think
you
as
can do it after
Conservation
the fact.
Commission- as far as the Conservation Commission, I feel that, well, what's necessary is that he pulls a permit for the pool, so he can be in compliance with our guidelines for how what the procedures are for pool when you're in within the jurisdiction of the resource area. That's all I care about.
So how are
for
we
this.
gonna do that
But
though?
don't we
If-
do that through an NOI, right? Like if they come to us, once they have that plan, we then issue those conditions, right?
Yes, it
Um,
would, that's why I'm saying, do you want him to file an after the fact permit? Like an after the fact RDA application, or
Yeah, let's-
you just
yeah,
want
do
him to
that.
go to the building department?
Through
I
the
think-
chair, I think, Michael, I think just so we don't set a precedent, I think just let him file an RDA. But he's got to go to the building department first. They're not going to do anything. They're going to say, okay, well, whatever. And once they say, okay, it's there, he files an RDA and that's it.
Okay.
Let's do that. Anything else on there?
Yeah, I would, if you're
Okay.
gonna make that motion for him to file the RDA, so I would say maybe amend the violation order and give an action item that he has to file an RDA for the pool to remain by our October deadline.
Yes, perfect. Excellent.
So
Well,
moved.
He's gonna be draining the pool before October, though.
Doesn't matter.
He doesn't have to. He can wait till. He can still close the pool up. He doesn't have to pump the water down yet. He can wait to pump the water down
Do you
till.
want to explain to him again what to do when at the time comes? Because that's really the most important.
Yeah,
thing.
so I don't know whether you have this pool heated or not heated, so once Labor Day comes, you're pretty much probably not using your pool very much. Usually at the end of the year, if you have a skimmer, usually you drop the water level below the skimmer.
Yes.
And then you blow out your lines for your filter for the winter. So in order to do that, you would have to wait 7 days after the last time you added chlorine, so that the chlorine can dissipate before you can drop that water level. It's that simple. So I would say to do what we said, the RDA, get the RDA, but if you take your pool out of service, between now and whenever you do that, just make sure you don't lower the water yet.
Okay.
All right.
You understand that?
Yes, I do.
All right, good.
Okay.
All right.
All right, so motion to amend the violation order, requesting that an RDA is filed by our October deadline.
Yeah.
I second that.
All right, that motion was made by Harrop, seconded by Arthur. Roll call, Rizzo.
Yes.
Harrop,
Yes.
Athos,
Yes.
Colmac,
Yes.
Cassidy,
Yes.
Quartermunch,
Yes.
and McCarthy.
Yes.
Okay, so that item passes 7-0.
And this
Mr.
continues
Falaska,
to
I will
October.
send you an email. Yes, and this is continued. Then you guys want to continue this to October.
Yeah.
Do you want to make that motion as well? Then a second motion for
Yes.
that to
Can we-
continue it to October? Could someone make that?
Please
Motion,
do.
motion to continue this item until October, please.
Second.
All right, I heard it made by Jamie and seconded by Arthur. Roll call, Rizzo,
Yes.
Harrop,
Yes.
Athos,
Yes.
Comac,
Yes.
Cassidy,
Yes.
Quartermunch,
Yes.
and McCarthy.
Yes.
Okay, so
Um,
the item is continued.
I just wanted, I'd like the, Mr. Velasco to know that if he's gonna remove a fence and put up another fence, that he does have to, file with us. Because he said he's put up various fences.
That's correct. I understand that now.
Okay.
All right, we all set?
Yep, Mr. Velasco, I'll be in touch, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All righty, thank you. Okay, moving on, we're beyond the items. This comes under minor permits and other trees and permits. So there's a series of minor permits that we need to ratify, I guess. You want to run through those quickly, Lucia?
Yep, hold on one second. I'm getting there. Okay, so
Okay.
I tried to highlight the ones I approved. So the minor permit for 19 Rear Pleasant Street, it was one new footing hole to reconstruct a deck that collapsed due to the snow last winter. I approved that on May 28th. A minor permit for 1 Drake Way, it was replace an existing dangerous fence. It was approved on June 4th with the conditions of no earthwork is allowed except for what is mentioned in the narrative in email Concom staff pictures once work is complete. I was in touch with them today. They were starting work this week and it should be finished by next week. Minor permit request 44 Lowell Street. It was roof work only, approved by me on June 10th with the condition that no groundwork is allowed, and minor permit request for 201 Warren Street extension. This was roof work on existing building only. That was approved on July 9th with the following conditions: that no groundwork is allowed, all staging and stockpiling must be as far from the resource as practicable, and the areas to be kept free of debris and erosion line installed as needed. So if those that I just read, 1, 2, 3, 4, if you could accept those.
Motion to accept items 1 through 4 as described by Lucia.
Motion to accept.
Second.
Second,
All right, I think I heard, was that Brian or Derek?
Yes. Brian, yes.
Okay. Okay, so that motion to accept the approved minor permits by staff was made by Harrop, seconded by Cassidy. Roll call. Rizzo.
yes?
Harrop.
Yes.
Athos.
Yes.
Comac.
Yes.
Cassidy.
Yes.
Quartermanch.
Yes.
McCarthy.
Yes.
All right, so those minor permits have been accepted.
There was 26 Willowbray in the list there?
No, because that's pending approval. The last time I approved a shed, someone on the board was very upset with me, and you actually wanted them to file an RDA instead. So that is why this is on here.
So we'll just continue that one,
The
right?
property owner is, no, he's here. He's here.
Oh,
He
okay.
wants to install a shed. I gotta promote him. Hold on.
Okay.
All right, he's on
Hello.
there.
Hi. Sorry.
Hello.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
I'm David Luongo, 26 Willow Brae Drive.
Okay. You want to talk about the project?
Oh, I'm sorry. If you, I can't see anything. I'm not quite sure how to use this thing. There's an existing shed on one side of the yard. I want to build a shed on the opposite side of the yard. It's almost in line with the existing shed, just on the other side. My property has wetland in the back, but I have a fence separating my backyard from the wetland part of the backyard. There's no alterations needed to the land, nothing, trees, nothing. The land is level, I can build on it. There's nothing around that area. My daughter has a little swing set, and that's about it. It's just for household storage, her toys, bikes, stuff like that. Nothing evasive.
Through the chair, David, how big is the shed gonna be?
It'll be under the allowable square footage. What is it?
Under 200.
Under 200, yeah.
So 14 by 14 or 12 by 12?
Yeah, no bigger than that.
Okay, because it's not deemed a permanent structure, so I guess my question is a permit needed because it's not deemed a permanent structure?
No, I don't need one that big.
But are we required to have the permit even though it's not deemed a permanent structure?
Only because it's in buffer zone.
Because it's in the buffer zone, okay. I just want to make sure that the language is clear on that. So, David, what's going in the shed? Just like,
All my
kid stuff, like
daughter's, yeah,
storage?
kid stuff, yeah. It's a slab. The house is a slab, so there's not a lot of storage there.
So it
Dave-
looks like the proposed size is 10 feet plus time by 18 feet.
Yeah, I put
Okay.
the maximum size for the square footage. I mean, I can adjust it if need be.
I mean, you could do a 14 by 14, you know, it's 196, it's anything under 200 square feet. It's
Yeah.
just- You just have to, you know, if you're in the buffer zone and it's applied because you're in the buffer zone, that's all. But all that's going in there is kids stuff, child, you know,
Yeah,
no
nothing.
lawn mowers. or
I
anything
don't,
like
I wouldn't
that,
dare,
or-
no, I wouldn't put anything of value because the mice and everything,
So I would just do this as a minor permit. It's fenced in, what are you gonna put it on, like 4 blocks or something?
yeah, that's
With some
all.
crushed stone?
Exactly. That's what the
Yeah.
other shed is on too, and
Are you
it's
leaving the other
fine.
shed?
I'm sorry?
Are you keeping the other shed?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Yeah, I'm looking at this, I don't see. Well, there's nothing, no, you know. Dangerous chemicals or anything that's in the shed that could leak out. I don't see any reason why we just can't do a minor permit for this. There's not gonna be any alterations to the ground, they're not gonna be digging anything, might take the grass out of there so you can put pea stone, crushed stone and 4 patio block and the shed goes on top of that.
Yeah.
Or maybe 6 patio block, but it's 18 feet long. So we're gonna have 3 and 3. That to me, that's a minor permit would be fine.
This is,
Is there a motion for a minor permit for the shed?
I'll make the motion. Motion for minor permit for the shed.
Have a second?
Second.
All right, that motion to approve was made by Brian, seconded by Jamie. Roll call. Rizzo,
Yes.
Harrop,
Yes.
Athos,
Yes.
Comac,
yes.
Cassidy,
Yes.
Quartermanch,
Yes.
McCarthy.
Yes.
All right, so that item passes 7-0. And Mr. Luongo, I am not really in the office this week, so I will work on the approval next week.
Oh, that's fine, Lucia. I appreciate it. And thank you, everyone, for your time.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
You too.
Thank you.
Okay, next item on the agenda is a tree request, 247 Lynn Street, removal of a dangerous maple tree, broken limbs have fallen. It's approved by Lucia, and just need to accept it.
Motion to accept the tree
Accept.
request.
Second.
All right, that motion to accept the tree approval was made by Harrop, seconded by Cassidy. Roll call. Rizzo,
Yes.
Harrop,
Yes.
Athos,
Yes.
Comac,
Yes.
Cassidy,
Yes.
Quartermunch,
Yes.
and McCarthy.
Yes.
All right, so that item is accepted.
Okay. And second to the last, the National Grid.
Yeah.
They're just doing some borings on the transmission line.
Move for an exemption.
Yeah. I would
Second.
approve, I would agree with that.
All right,
I
I
mean-
heard, I believe I heard Arthur make the motion to accept that this is an exemption, and seconded by Harrop. Was that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
All right, and through the chair, is it okay for me to do a roll call?
Certainly.
All right, just want to make sure I was feeling that right. Okay, Rizzo,
Yes.
Harrop,
Yes.
Athos,
Yes.
Comac,
Yes.
Cassidy,
Yes.
Quartermunch,
Yes.
and McCarthy.
Yes.
All right, so that exemption is accepted 7-0.
Okay.
The test? Is this a end of the night test?
I know, I forgot there was another
we
one
got one more.
after
We got
this,
the
I'm not
violation
gonna
on Livingston.
lie.
We have the violation on Livingston Street.
Yeah, we do. You're right. You gotta keep scrolling, folks. I know when Mike said that there was second to last, and I was like, it's the last one. What are you talking?
I thought it was
Nope.
too.
There's more.
There
All right,
was a no
here we go.
hitter.
Here we go.
Oh, all right.
So. Did anybody looked at these pictures?
Yeah, I did watch the video that was sent as well.
I
Agreed.
think the property owner is in the audience, so I am gonna allow them to unmute. I don't even have their name on this, but I'm gonna go ahead and unmute who's ever in the audience, or ask them to unmute and see if they want to speak.
Okay.
What's the address?
It's 27 Livingston Street. I don't know. I don't know who the
Or
property.
27 Livingston Drive, I believe.
Livingston Drive, yeah.
Whoops, sorry, I have a skunk that just came by, so I had to close all my windows. If I don't know if they're gonna unmute themselves, but I received calls from the neighborhood that I'm gonna read it aloud. My notes. That truckloads of fill were brought onto the property, that the grade was altered, and just looking when I went out there with the intern, it looked like there's even a possibility that the wetlands were actually filled. It definitely looks like they're expanding their yard. I would suggest that you guys request, my opinion is that an enforcement order should be issued, and that the wetlands need to be delineated, and then we would go from there.
I
I
concur
did
with
speak
that.
with the property owner, and he said that he was planning to do further work. He wanted to add more fill, install a new fence between the yard and the wetland. And I told him to come to this meeting, so I'm assuming that was him, but the person just left. So I don't know why you would wait all this time and then just leave.
Yeah, I I think we should issue an enforcement order so that no more work gets done until this is straightened out, and we have to get a plan that's gonna delineate the wetland. And
Yep,
that
so
means
I would,
that would mean, because it looks to me that the area where those where the filter logs are, if they're not on the edge of the wetland, it looks like that vegetation to me looks like it could be wetland vegetation.
It's built up so high, you can see it's.
And he put in like a couple feet of fill. So I have no
Yeah.
idea. So it would mean that I would be looking as part of the enforcement order to maybe do a test pit and inspect the soils below that fill to see whether they're hydric or whether they're meet the criteria that it could have been a wetland. And then from that, if that's the case, now that stuff's gotta come out and it's gotta be, and it has to be replicated. So certainly, we don't want to see any more work done until we get that information.
Is he doing more work?
Well, Alicia said he wants to, and so
If we
I
ask-
don't want to be ambiguous. I want him to understand, no, don't do any work until we get this straightened out.
So
yes, I believe I sent, I'm just double checking, it should be on the OneDrive. I should have sent him a violation order. It's the, is this the first thing? No. I thought I sent a violation order to him. I'm just trying to find it, but apparently I cannot find it. I thought it said cease and desist all work, but regardless, for the sake of time, my suggestion would be that you guys make a motion to issue an enforcement order with action items, and the action items would be one, hire wetland scientists to delineate wetlands. And what Mike Rizzo said, the wetland may be under that soil. So they're going to have to look under there, make sure that it wasn't filled. So I believe the wetland scientists, that's what they would do when they come out. They'll make sure. And then another action item would be, once the wetlands are delineated, they should come up with a a remediation plan if needed. And then if say they didn't fill in wetlands and they only altered buffer, then they would need to file, an after the fact notice of intent for that alteration. And it could run the same time as that with the enforcement order. We could keep them both open, but that would be my suggestion, is to issue an enforcement order, number one, wetland delineation, and go from there.
Correct. Yeah. Remediation plan and after the fact NOI.
Okay.
So let's start with the enforcement order and get that first part going.
Yeah, so motion to issue
So
the,
someone can make a motion to that,
yep, motion to issue the enforcement order.
and if somebody could second that,
I'll second it.
okay?
All right. Made by Harrop, seconded by Quartermont. Roll call. Rizzo,
Yes.
Harrop,
Yes.
Athos,
Yes.
Comac,
Yes.
Cassidy,
Yes.
Quartermont,
Yes.
and McCarthy.
Yes.
All right, so that passes 7-0. And the
Alrighty.
next item, I will not keep you. I'm still drafting the June minutes. So the last thing is just to adjourn.
Okay, can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right, I heard
Everybody motions to adjourn. Okay.
I heard Jamie, and seconded by Arthur. Roll call. Rizzo,
Yes.
Harrop,
Yes.
Athos,
Yes.
Comac.
No.
Haha.
Get out of here, Mr. Kovac.
I want to keep
What,
going.
what do we want to do? What? Let's go.
He loves the conservation.
All right, I'm just gonna, Comac, you're a yes, correct?
Yes.
All right, Cassidy,
Yes.
Quartermanch,
Yes.
and McCarthy.
Yes.
All right, so the meeting adjourned 7-0 at 11:05 p.m.
Wow.
Thank you all again. You guys are rock stars.
All right, thank you.
So will you, Lucia?